I'm extremely happy because this college has crossed number of milestones in a given short period of 6 months. Admissions were late due to pandemic. We have conducted number of training programs, webinars, publications, and also a conclave like this. I'm particularly happy today to see the overwhelming response from people across India and also the local industrialists. It's a sign of our corporate interface. A management institute needs to somehow be in touch in collaboration with the industries and corporate world. I congratulate today in a special way the organizers from our college, and I'm sure with your presence it has added or enhanced beauty and meaning to this entire 2 days conclave. Thank you once again, and God bless you all.
As an advisor, I should say that the inspection of this Bsss Institute of Advanced Studies is trying to address the emerging issues through its well-defined academic activities to match the expectations of the stakeholders by grooming its students as industry ready. The Institute's proposed activities, which includes teaching, training, research and consulting, which will definitely take the Institute at a greater heights. And also, it will be recognized as one of the premier management institutions globally.
Hello everyone, my name is Rosario. I have been appointed as the head librarian. Meet my assistant Lavina Solomon. She helps me out in every sort of my work. Thank you. And let me introduce my library, as my library is fully automated with two systems, RFID system and kiosk system. RFID system, it shows the alert system, and kiosk system, it tells about the checkout and check-in of all the users, whoever is using the library. And in my library, I am having a lot of collections of my books, fiction, non-fiction books, motivational books, and most definitely a courses book for our children for upcoming their studies. And we have an alert system, it's called RFID, because if a child try to do any mischief in the library, it gives a beep sound so that it reflects. If he intensely try to do, it gives them a beep, so it will not repeat again. And let me take you in my library a short glimpse where you can find the books have been sorted out according to the classification of the library, where the books have to be installed and placed in a proper systematic system. So thank you so much. Do visit my library again. Thank you so much.
Hello, welcome to the office of Bsss IAS. I'm Neil Alfred DeRose. I'm the admin officer. I deal with all the administrative affairs related to AICT New Delhi, DTE Madhya Pradesh, AFRC and Barkatullah University Bhopal. Let me introduce my colleagues in the office over here. She is Ms. Jewel Kent. She is the senior executive in the office, and she deals with the HR, curriculum and the students' data. He is Mr. Simon Samuel. He is the office assistant in this institute. He deals with all the central government and state government scholarships and general queries. Here's the account section of our office. He's Mr. Mebin Devi. He's the accounts executive and our institute's scholarship nodal officer. So this is how our office functions at BSSS IAS as a family and as a team.
हाय आई एम जॉनसन. मैं यहाँ पर सिस्टम एडमिनिस्ट्रेटर हूँ और ये मेरा सर्वर रूम है. यहाँ से ही मैं पूरे कॉलेज का आईटी मेंटेनेंस देखता हूँ. हमारे पीछे सर्वर रैक है जहाँ पर यूटीएम लगा है. पूरा इंटरनेट और नेटवर्क कनेक्शन, सीसीटीवी सब यहीं से ऑपरेट होता है. मेरे जस्ट रूम के पैरेलल हमारा कंप्यूटर लैब है, मैं यहाँ से उसको मॉनिटर कर सकता हूँ।
Hello and welcome to the Training and Placement Department of Bsss IAS. My name is Arpit Singh and I am the Training Placement and EDP Officer here. When it comes to training and placement, we focus on all the aspects for the exposure of our students, whether in terms of summer internship programs, life projects, or talking about the end of their entire MBA program when it comes to their placements. Apart from that, I even personally take control of the conclaves here as well as the executive development programs.
I'm extremely happy because this college has crossed number of milestones in a given short period of 6 months. Admissions were late due to pandemic. We have conducted number of training programs, webinars, publications, and also a conclave like this. I'm particularly happy today to see the overwhelming response from people across India and also the local industrialists. It's a sign in touch and collaboration with the industries and corporate world. I congratulate today in a special way the organizers I'm extremely happy because this college has crossed number of milestones in a given short period of 6 months. Admissions were late due to pandemic. We have conducted number of training programs, webinars, publications, and also a conclave like this. I'm particularly happy today to see the overwhelming response from people across India and also the local industrialists. It's a sign of our
AFRC and Barkatullah University, Bhopal. Let me introduce my colleagues in the office over here. She is Ms. Jewel Kent. She is the senior executive in the office and she deals with the HR, curriculum and the students' data. He is Mr. Simon Samuel. He is the office assistant in this institute. He deals with all the central government and state government scholarships and general queries. Here's the account section of our office. He is Mr. Mebin Baby. He is the accounts executive and our institute's scholarship nodal officer. So this is how our office functions at Bsss IAS as a family and as a team.
हाय आई एम जॉनसन। मैं यहाँ पर सिस्टम एडमिनिस्ट्रेटर हूँ और ये मेरा सर्वर रूम है। यहाँ से ही मैं पूरे कॉलेज का आईटी मेंटेनेंस देखता हूँ। हमारे पीछे सर्वर रैक है जहाँ पर यूटीएम लगा है। पूरा इंटरनेट और नेटवर्क कनेक्शन सीसीटीवी सब यहीं से ऑपरेट होता है। मेरे जस्ट रूम के पैरेलल हमारा कंप्यूटर लैब है। मैं यहाँ से उसको मॉनिटर कर सकता हूँ।
I request everyone to settle down. The guest will be arriving soon. I request everyone to please settle down.
Hello, hello. Check.
Check. Okay, our guest is in the premises. I request everyone to maintain silence and be seated on their places. The art of marketing is the art of brand building. If you are not a brand, you are just a commodity. With this famous quote of Philip Kotler, the marketing guru, I, Muskan Malviya,
And I, Ronak Jain.
welcome you all in the inaugural ceremony of 2 days Mega HR Conclave 2020-21 on the theme Carving Young Managers as Brands for Revolutionizing Businesses.
If you have a dream, don't just sit there. Gather courage to believe that you can succeed and leave no stone unturned to make it a reality. This is imbibed in the vision of BSSS Institute of Advanced Studies. The pedagogy of Institute for Organizing Collaboration Discussions has always played a significant role in upgrading our academic learning and development. In tandem with this comes our endeavor. Human capital today signifies a fundamental parameter of qualitative output for any enterprise. Why transformation change? BSS's Institute of Advanced Studies is committed to executing ideas and conversation that are cutting edge and relevant.
The HR Conclave is a part of this realm. It aims to manage the highly dynamic new age managers with the need of in-depth deliberation on carving young managers as brands. The conclave triggers to set the stage for industry experts to share their experience, expertise, and contribute towards the development of new gen managers by bridging the industry academy gap to carve industry-ready young managers.
This conclave focuses on four main parameters. First, challenges faced by organizations across sectors in new age economy. Second, developing resilient manager as a brand. Third, upskilling and reskilling young managers. And last, dynamic workforce and opportunity.
Ladies and gentlemen, light and brightness has always been equated as symbols of hope and positivity. Hence, to start this occasion with an auspicious note, we welcome our chief guest, Dr. Arvind Prakash, Dr. Father John P.J., Advisor, Mr. Kuriakos Emmanuel, Chairperson Conclave, Dr. Jesse John, and other dignitaries to join the traditional lighting of the oil lamp. The traditional lighting of lamp is customary in this part of world. We commence any auspicious occasion with the divine blessings, and the light is a testimony of assuring in positive energy.
या कुन्देन्दु तुषारहार धवला या वीणा वरदान्त मंडित करा या श्वेत पद्मासना या ब्रह्माच्युत शंकर प्रभुति भी देवै सदा वन्दिता सा पाटु सरस्वती भगवती निःशेष जाड्या पहा.
The National HR Conclave 2020-21 has attracted some of the eminent industry professionals and academicians across India, including Team Lead Advisory PricewaterhouseCoopers Dr. Arvind Prakash,
Co-founder Associate Consultant Private Limited, Mr. Kirti Mishra,
Director Khadi and Village MSME Government of India, Mr. Mohammad Hanif Mewati,
Vice President Corporate HR of Somani Ceramics, Mr. Biju Sebastian.
And we are also elated to announce we have honored members of faculty and students from BSSS, SysTech, Jagran Lake University, Oriental College of Management, LN City College, JN City College, SIRT College, Sadhu Vaswani Autonomous College, Institute for Excellence in Higher Education from Bhopal, and also St. Thomas College Bhilai, St. Aloysius College Jabalpur, and St. Paul Institute of Professional Studies Indore. So, with such a diverse and dynamic representation in our audience, I am sure we can't wait to kickstart formally with the inauguration program, a 2-day learning opportunity in this fantastic forum. Flowers are a true embodiment of divine warmth, innocence, and peace. They reflect tender human feelings and emotions and are unique expression of joy. With this note, I request Director Sir to present a token of reverence to our Chief Guest, Team Lead Advisory, PricewaterhouseCoopers, Dr. Arvind Prakash. So please. Thank you so much, Father.
May I request Director Sir to present a token of respect, of honor, Co-founder Associate Consultant Private Limited, Mr. Kirti Mishra.
I request audience to please give a round of applause.
Thank you, sir.
May I request Director Sir to present a gift of honor to our guest of honor, Director Khadi and Village MSME, Government of India, Mr. Mohammad Hanif Mewati. Thank you so much, Father.
May I request to present a token of honor to our guest of day, to Vice President Corporate HR of Somani Ceramics, Mr. Biju Sebastian. Sir, please.
Thank you so much, sir.
Muskan, unlike we welcoming everyone to this two-day conference, there is someone very special amid the presence today to welcome us, and who's?
Yes, indeed, to formally welcome all of you for giving us this gift of presence. Here this morning, we have a special gentleman, and it's my honor to introduce him to the gathering. He is none other than Dr. Father John P.J. I take the privilege to tell you about our Director Father, Dr. John P.J. He is a priest of IHOTS of Bhopal. He is a renowned educationalist, an outstanding linguist, and a highly accomplished academician. Dr. Father John has an extensive experience in the field of education as a principal of renowned schools and colleges in Bhopal, and has distinguished himself highly in the field of education and administration. He is an ex officio member of Madhya Pradesh State Higher Education Council and also the Advisory Council member for the project Creating Sustainable Agricultural Supply Chains funded by UK India Educational Research Initiative. We admire spirits of 100% integrity and dedication to the world of education. You are an inspiration to many of us and will continue to remain the same. Dear Father, you are requested to enlighten us with your precious words and formally welcome the entire audience and dignitaries.
Thank you so much. The chief guest of the day, Dr. Arvind Prakash, other dignitaries, honorable dignitaries on the dais, members of the faculty, our guest students and students of this college. It's been a long standing dream to have a management B school in Bhopal by the Archdiocese of Bhopal. Due to very many technical, legal reasons, though we have more than 24 of schools in Bhopal itself, in Bhopal district, we couldn't come up with a business school. And I think this is the appropriate time to have got this plot of land and emerge this idea to build up Bsss, Institute of Advanced Studies. We graduate about 1,600 students every year from our old campus from 8 different departments. But then they used to wander for higher studies, especially for an MBA degree, right from Bhopal down to deep south and to upper north. The idea of the diocese was to build up a B school which is second to none. And that was the purpose of building up this college in this very heart of the city, Arera colony. We have number of other lands available in and around, but we waited for a place whereby we can have a true interface with corporate and industries of the city, and also approachability to an institute. I know when we speak of some leading institutes in Bhopal, they have named as Bhopal but have to travel about 60 kilometers to catch up with the campus. So in the case of IAS, it is just at your door. Now to speak about this conclave, corporate interface, we write always. Any B school advertisement, you find a sentence unfailingly that is corporate interface. Now to speak about is one thing, and to actually have it is another thing. And a conclave of this kind, when we have number of dignitaries visiting us from various industries, from within the city and pan-India, it is just building up this interface, that is academia and industries. And without this collaboration, the business schools are actually failures. So we have come up with this idea just in 3 months of our working time. We inaugurated this institute on 3rd of August, and the first and the very first thing that we thought about was for a conclave and this kind of interface building up. I am extremely happy today that we have with us for the inaugural session Dr. Arvind Prakash, a senior officer, and all other dignitaries with us to interact and also to share their ideas with you. What the expectations of industries and corporate is all about from a management student and from a management institute. What kind of products or personnel are we going to form and mentor in the coming times in these 2 years of MBA studies or this program? We are, sir, all the dignitaries, we are extremely happy that you have come over to make this day a very valuable and successful one. Thank you so much. Just in a phone call, we have number of students from outside Bhopal, from St. Paul's, Indore, St. Aloysius, Jabalpur, St. Thomas, Bhilai, and a few other colleges from Rice and Vidisha. And I also see professors been accompanied with the students. You are all, the professors and students are all welcome for this 2 days program in Bhopal. We also welcome you with a thunderous applause. We just send an invitation to the neighboring institutes because we live in Bhopal, and this academic cordiality and coexistence, I believe, is a part of the very education. There is healthy competition, but peaceful coexistence. And today, we have witnessed this with the presence of a number of students from our neighboring colleges in Bhopal. Dear students, thanks for coming, and you are most welcome. We put our hands together for them too. Once again, my special thanks to the entire team here. I have not been able to spend much time here alone, but I have seen the team working with the true team spirit. And that is the beginning and the end of success. For months, the very first word that I heard in the very first meeting was a conclave. And that has come true today. I appreciate Mr. Kyriakos and all the Dr. Jesse and all the other staff and all other co-workers, your hard work and your tireless effort to make this day. Congratulations and all the best to one and all.
Thank you so much, Father, for that valuable words and warm welcome address.
So, before we begin, the highly anticipated panel discussion, we take this opportunity to welcome our honorable guest, who has been kind enough to spare time off the schedules and grace this occasion with their august present. Before moving ahead, I would like to introduce our chief guest, Dr. Arvind Prakash, Team Lead Advisory, PricewaterhouseCoopers, Capital Projects Infrastructure. He has been credited with a book published on international relations. Before moving ahead, I would like to introduce our chief guest, Dr. Arvind Prakash, Team Lead Advisory, PricewaterhouseCoopers, Capital Projects Infrastructure. He has been credited with a book on international relations and a few research papers also presented in subject specialized conventions. He has been facilitated as a social reformer by the Honorable President of India, Dr. Abdul Kalam, in the year 2006. On the occasion of Independence Day at Rashtrapati Bhavan. He has expertise in large-scale program management and strategic advisory in skill development, monitoring and evolution, entrepreneurship, incubation development and institutional development, capacity building, focused work in livelihood promotion, policy development. He leads a team of experts to formulate human husbandry policies for the state of Chhattisgarh. Having long experience of association with governments of Odisha, Jharkhand, Chhattisgarh and Gujarat in dealing with flagship programs on skill and entrepreneurship development, focuses on convergence based on compatibility. He is well versed with the most of the skill development programs in the country, and brings on board his deep understanding and experience on working with wide range of stakeholders in MSDE, NSDC, NSDA, SSCs, donors, state skills missions, private players, policymakers, and aided action. ICIC Foundation for Exclusive Growth and CARD. India leading for community growth, livelihoods, and dignity in life. Now, our great pleasure to invite our chief guest, Dr. Arvind Prakash, to address the future leaders present here. A good round of applause for our chief guest, Dr. Arvind Prakash.
First of all, good morning. My presence here. When I just wanted to start with a small correction that I'm working with PwC in the division of advisory services only. Advisory services only, and I've been working as a skill specialist and as a team leader of a technical support agency with the government of Jharkhand under the program of NRLM. Nowadays, most of the people in the country knows NRLM, as per my understanding, because under NRLM there are so many small and bigger programs running almost in all the states. So there is a program of skill, under the Skill India Mission, there is a program of DDU-GKY, which is especially meant for the rural youth. We are running this program in all the 24 states in Jharkhand, and my team of PwC is giving technical support to run this program in coordination with NSDC and SSC. So again, with this correction, good morning to all present here in this August gathering, and the dignitaries on dais, Hanif ji, Kirti ji, Mr. Sebastian and Father John, and other guests in the audience also. I just wanted to, when I came to know that I have to go to Bhopal again, I'm really very excited, because I worked in Bhopal in the year 2002-03 with a good organization in Arera Colony that is called CARD. So I thought again I will have opportunity to meet some good people in Bhopal, because Bhopal is a very good place and I like Bhopal very much anywhere. I have worked in about 7 to 8 states and Ministry of 2-3 central ministries also. But apart from all the states and other ministries and all other districts, or I like Bhopal very much. So it was in fact I am delighted to participate in this HR conclave of 21. I think the first conclave this organization is going to organizing, as I have been informed by one student also and father also. So first of all, I congratulate from my core of my heart that this institute will rise, certainly not one of the best, but the best institute in the country. This is what I felt after visiting, after coming, after entering in this premises, because the infrastructure is very fine. As I was some year back, I was involved in the Jaipuria Institute of Management as a mentor with the students. 2-3 years I have done that when I was staying in Jaipur with some good organizations working there. But it was de-linked because I shifted to Delhi. But the infrastructure here is very good, and but a few suggestions I have in mind is 2-3 smaller programs, 2-3 things also maybe added, like the HR and rural development, because I was also associated in some way with the XISS of Ranchi. So in that way I was just trying to put my view take it for the further advancement and further, development under the development program of this institute. What I want to say, looking towards these young managers, is why not we do something new for this society, in fact. When I am telling like that, I just wanted to say that the program which we are, organizing, which we are trying to, not this program, in fact, the skill development program, with which I have been associated, is especially looking towards the young managers, young people in the country, and trying to involve them to improve their skills in different way. I just wanted to relate that program with these young managers. When I have been organizing that program, when we have been going for the mobilization and counseling of the candidates in the rural area, then we are thinking that towards the right candidate for the right trade. Here in this gathering, I just wanted to put my view that it is most important to think about the right person for the right job. I just wanted to say that the level of competency which we have to create in ourselves should be based on our own competency level, which can be mapped through different measures, different tools. Based on that, it is most important to go towards your own competency, so that you can develop in a way to work for the society. The actual thing which we have to do is to work for the society. That is the one thing when I am participating, when I just wanted to deliberate my view. Every time I have been pushed towards that way of thinking towards the society. That is why I just wanted to push my idea here only in this HR conclave, that the role of HR in this way is very important nowadays. In any organization, not only this educational or academic institution, I am telling that, but in any organization, when we are looking towards the developmental program run by the organization, we found that it is very less type of skilling program or development program organizations are running for their own people. Research says that if you train your own people, if you give opportunity to your people, your employee, to create their own or develop their own skills, then it will be more beneficial than to appoint people outside from the organization. That is why, in that way, the role of HR has become very important to map the skills and competency of their own employee, of their own workforce. That is most important now. In the new normal situation, we call it new normal nowadays, after pandemic or in between the pandemic. Pandemic is not over now. So we all are trying to wear masks, all of the things. If not wear masks, then try to, keep space from each other. So safety is more important. So in the situation of new normal, it has become more, popular. Because earlier, we were not thinking about the virtual meetings, webinars. These are the new things. We have not been, familiar to the long, full-length webinar, full-length training program, online training programs. But nowadays, we are doing this. Maximum training programs, maximum, meetings are being done through the webinars. In fact, when I asked my manager, my director, and for the permission to go. I'm working with PwC, so asked my director to permit me to go to participate in this program. Then firstly he told me that, is it virtual? No, sir, it is physical now. Okay, then how can you go? Sir, I have already consented. Oh, then nothing. So like that, actually, people are very much familiar with the virtual and online training program, online meetings. So first thing what nowadays coming into the mind that this is virtual, should be virtual. Although nowadays, recently, some physical programs, physical training programs are also in practice coming up. So we think that, after 3-4 months or 6 months, hope for the better, and we will be gathering for the physical programs. So I was just trying to, put here that the role of HR in those organizations is very important. Although, due to the research by McKinsey's, by PwC also, there are good papers also published on these things the skilling program within the system for the workforce, managers and the other workforce for the development of the institute. So first thing what is mentioned, that the new appointment, new recruitment is more expensive and lengthy also. So why not organizations should go for the skilling of their own workforce. Number two, the challenges or the things the research says that the role of HR is very important because he has to map his own employees, his own workforce regarding the gaps in the skills. But due to some reason, due to different reasons, HR don't have much, or HR division. HR means I'm not targeting any person per se, but just trying to highlight that the division, that the mindset is not so that we are thinking towards the development of the present or existing employees of the organization. But nowadays, after this or in between this new normal situation, organizations have started thinking towards that way to upgrade the skilling, to make the different type of courses available for their workforce, for the development of their own skills, because different type of skills are required for the people to develop, for the organization to develop. So these are the points have to be highlighted, have to be taken care by the organization to make the workforce or the workforce development program successful. This is the one thing I just wanted to highlight here in this August gathering of the students and the guests also. But I do have one more thing to say in my own deliberation, today or tomorrow, to highlight some other points also in my discussion. But lastly, but not the least, actually, I just wanted to congratulate this entire team of the BSSS, and I've been in contact, in communication with Dr. JC. So certainly I miss to, thanks her also, Dr. Father also, to invited me for this August gathering and given me opportunity to say something with the students, with the young managers, the young people, the guests also. And I wish this organization, this institution will will rise, up to the level of best organization. Again, I just wish, and in the way, in fact, we can discuss something more also, and we can do something good again, in which I am also always available for any type of suggestion, support for this organization to help. So, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for that insightful speech. We couldn't have asked for a better speech to set the tone for proceeding today.
We are fortunate enough to have Ms. Namita Pandey, Senior HR Surgeon Limited today. May I request Director Sir to present a bouquet to her as an appreciation of her presence.
Newsletters are imperative in taking your brand marketing to a next level. Taking these lines, we are proud to announce the release of our first newsletter, Manthan. On this occasion, may I request our Chief Guest and Director Sir to honor and release our first newsletter, Manthan.
big round of applause, audience, please. This is our first newsletter of BSS IAS Manthan. Thank you so much, dignitaries. Finally, to wrap up the session, may I request our adorable, very graceful Dr. Jessie John, ma'am, to deliver the vote of thanks. Ma'am, please.
Some people dream for good and great accomplishment, while others stay awake and do them. Honorable Chief Guest, Dr. Arvind Prakash, Team Leader Advisory, PricewaterhouseCoopers Advisory Services, Reverend Father Dr. John P.J., Director BSS IAS, all dignitaries on and off the dais, faculty members, students of all participating colleges, and students of BSS IAS, a very good morning. It's my privilege to have been asked to propose the vote of thanks on this occasion of HR Conclave 2021, themed Carving Young Managers for Revolutionizing Businesses. At the onset, I would like to reiterate that BSS IAS, we believe that the strength and the growth comes only through continuous efforts and struggle. We all have assembled here today to carve young managers as brands for managing future businesses. I, Dr. Jessie John, on behalf of BSS IAS, would like to extend an earnest thanks to Honorable Dr. Arvind Prakash Sir, the Management Guru, for blessing us with his presence and insightful reflections. Thank you, sir, for taking time out of your busy schedule to guide our students. I also wish to thank and express my sincere gratitude to corporate delegates of the day, Mr. Kirti Mishra sir, Mohammad Hanif sir, Biju Sebastian sir, Rakesh Singhal sir, Amit Tyagi sir, Arun Shukla sir, Mawa Chaudhary ma'am, and Nabita Pandey ma'am, for providing encouragement and support to the HR Conclave by your presence and for accepting our humble invitation to enlighten the budding managers. I'm very grateful to Dr. Father John P.J., our Honorable Director, and Kuriakos Emmanuel Sir for giving us an opportunity to organize this event and guiding us throughout and for helping us to convert a dream into a reality. I'm thankful to Dr. Pooja Gupta ma'am and all faculty members, staffs, volunteers, and for converting our vision into a reality. As we are initiating this 2 days HR Conclave, I would like to call upon all young managers to be someone's strength, to be someone's inspiration, and to be someone's reason to never give up in life. I heartily welcome you all to the magic world of management deliberations. Let us all join our hands together for better and sustainable business world. Wish you all a great day ahead. Thank you all.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Frank Hilbert rightly quoted, "There's no real ending. It's just a place where you stop the journey." With this quote, I request the dignitaries to have tea. The students are requested to be seated on their places. You all dignitaries are invited to have tea, sir. I request hospitality team to escort the guests.
I request
The students are requested and are invited to have refreshments at the canteen corridor. I request everyone to please have tea. I request discipline committee to escort the students. Discipline committee, please take charge. I request all the students to move out and then using that corridor, take right and move to the canteen corridor. I request students to move out of the gate, take a left and then move to the canteen corridor.
I'm extremely happy because this college has crossed number of milestones in a given short period of 6 months. Admissions were late due to pandemic. We have conducted number of training programs, webinars, publications, and also a conclave like this. I'm particularly happy today to see the overwhelming response from people across India and also the local industrialists. It's a sign of our corporate interface. A management institute needs to somehow be in touch and collaboration with the industries and corporate world. I congratulate today in a special way the organizers from our college, and I'm sure with your presence it has added or enhanced beauty and meaning to this entire 2 days conclave. Thank you once again, and God bless you all.
As an advisor, I should say that the inspection of this Bsss Institute of Advanced Studies is trying to address the emerging issues through its well-defined academic activities to match the expectations of the stakeholders by grooming its students as industry ready. The Institute's proposed activities, which includes teaching, training, research and consulting activities, which will definitely take the Institute at a greater heights. And also, it will be recognized as one of the premier management institutions globally.
Hello everyone, my name is Rosario. I have been appointed as a head librarian. Meet my assistant Lavina Solomon. She helps me out in every sort of my work. Thank you. And let me introduce my library, as my library is fully automated. with two systems, RFID system and kiosk system. RFID system, it shows the alert system, and kiosk system, it tells about the checkout and check-in of all the users, whoever is using the library. And in my library, I am having a lot of collections of my books, fiction, non-fiction books, motivational books, and most definitely a courses book for our children for upcoming their studies. And we have an alert system, it's called RFID, because if a child try to do any mischief in the library, it gives a beep sound so that it reflects. If he intensely try to do, it gives them a beep, so it will not repeat again. And let me take you in my library a short glimpse where you can find the books have been sorted out according to the classification of the library, where the books have to be installed and placed in a proper systematic system. So thank you so much. Do visit my library again. Thank you so much.
Hello, welcome to the office of Bsss IAS. I'm Neil Alfred DeRose. I'm the admin officer. I deal with all the administrative affairs related to AICT New Delhi, DTE Madhya Pradesh, AFRC, and Barkatullah University Bhopal. Let me introduce my colleagues in the office over here. She is Ms. Jewel Kent. She is the senior executive in the office, and she deals with the HR, curriculum, and the students' data. He is Mr. Simon Samuel. He is the office assistant in this institute. He deals with all the central government and state government scholarships and general queries. Here's the account section of our office. He is Mr. Mebin Baby. He is the accounts executive and our institute's scholarship nodal officer. So this is how our office functions at BSSS IAS as a family and as a team.
हाय, आई एम जॉनसन। मैं यहाँ पर सिस्टम एडमिनिस्ट्रेटर हूँ और ये मेरा सर्वर रूम है। यहाँ से ही मैं पूरे कॉलेज का आईटी मेंटेनेंस देखता हूँ। हमारे पीछे सर्वर रैक है जहाँ पर यूटीएम लगा है। पूरा इंटरनेट और नेटवर्क कनेक्शन, सीसीटीवी सब यहीं से ऑपरेट होता है। मेरे जस्ट रूम के पैरेलल हमारा कंप्यूटर लैब है। मैं यहाँ से उसको मॉनिटर कर सकता हूँ।
Hello and welcome to the Training and Placement Department of Bsss IAS. My name is Arpit Singh and I am the Training Placement and EDP Officer here. When it comes to training and placement, we focus on all the aspects for the exposure of our students, whether in terms of summer internship programs, life projects, or talking about the end of their entire MBA program when it comes to their placements. Apart from that, I even personally take control of the conclaves here as well as the executive development programs.
Hello, myself is Vinish, the program manager for NSDC program here at BSSS IAS. I have with me Mr. Balveer Mehra. He is the network and licensing officer. So we both are together a team for NSDC. So NSDC basically stands for National Skill Development Corporation. It's a skill development program especially established by the Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship. So what does NSDC does? NSDC is a skill platform wherein we train students. We train them based on to their own interests and their own qualifications. And we have trainers. We train the faculties here, and thereby these trainers become the mentors of these students. And eventually, after completion of the course, there is an assessment while they will be associated with sector skill councils. And these sector skill councils give an affiliative certificates to the students. Thereby, we are increasing the employability options of the students. So this is a new venture in BSSS IAS, wherein within the academics, we are also giving them wings for the development of their skill in the upcoming on.
John, working with BSS IAS as Professor and Head of the department. The major focus area of BSS IAS is to create managers with a vision. When we talk about vision, we are not just creating managers who are just completing a degree, but we want managers who are industry ready.
I'm Dr. Anindita Banerjee. I work in BSS IAS as Assistant Professor Economics in the Management Department. We as faculties endeavor here to provide excellent teaching pedagogy to the students so that they are able to improve their skills, academic knowledge, and also their working potentials.
Hello, myself Dr. Atul Dubey, working here as a curriculum and accreditation chairperson in BSS IAS. Practical and applied skills are always helpful to students to get in. It is always helpful for them to take decisions in regard to the benefits of the organizations. We are always doing these things with the help of live projects, field works, as well as summer internship programs. And here, MBA is available is in finance, marketing, as well as dual specialization.
Hello, I'm Dr. Ketki Kulkarni, Associate Professor in BSSS IAS. I taught quantitative techniques to MBA students and prepare students for the analytics corporate skills in the corporate sectors.
Good morning all. Let me first introduce myself. I am Dr. Malay Ghosh. I have been associated with BSS IAS as Assistant Professor. I have been taking up the subjects like marketing. My specialization is marketing and international business. For MBA students, we are going to give the best pedagogies to the students so that they can able to prepare themselves for corporates. As far as our teaching pedagogy is concerned, we are giving them the real case studies. We are analyzing them with the group activities, and the various clubs are there which are basically going to give them the motivation.
Hi, I am Dr. Pooja Gupta, faculty at BSS Institute of Advanced Studies. I have been appointed as a faculty of finance, and I also owe the responsibility of chairperson admissions and institutional brand. In the core of our academics, we believe in experiential learning through live projects, consultancies, and research to be performed in collaboration with the industry and students.
globe has reached to a strategic inflection point wherein the nature or environment and the economy have reached to a strategic inflection point. I'll come to that a little later. And also we know the level of poverty has not declined much. So we are running an economy where in India at least more than 20% people are not able to order. Actually, the order is changing, and the ones who are resilient and futuristic would survive. We all know that the COVID has impacted all of us individually, the society at large, and the industry. Being a student of MBA, you would enter into this new world where the books and theories you've been taught in many cases would be redundant, and actually in many cases it will be counterproductive. Sitting in a MBA college, I dare to say some of your theories, even I was part of all this education, we know it is not some of the earlier theories or ideas going to be challenged, and it is getting challenged now. At one end, we are seeing the disruption in post-COVID scenario in certain sectors. Some are adversely affected, and some are seeing a very different kind of surge. Look at the hospitality industry, you can see the impact. Similarly, look at the online business industry, you must be watching surge never like before. So things are changing. The health disaster emerged out of the COVID is not just telling about the systemic failure of health sector, but more about the climate and importance of nature. We are all part of that. If you remember recent event of COP26, the COP26 got a huge attention. This time as the global leaders, though many of them reluctantly, but have accepted the emerging realities of the global warming, biodiversity loss, and exclusion of masses who are in perennial poverty from the mainstream economy. So the global leaders at this juncture have accepted various facts which are happening around us. I used a word biodiversity loss. I know in a typical MBA college you may not hear that, but agroecology, ecology, biodiversity, those things are in front of us getting extinct, and we need to look at that. Because what biodiversity teaches us, everything is linked to other. Your business, your career also linked to whatever happening around. The world is changing and changing very fast. The industry has understood quite well that the old school of thought of competitive advantage has to be shared value creation. We used to see a global thought leader who taught us what is competitive advantage, how to really create a business which would be more competitive than the other. The same guru, after 20 years, told us, no, while that was fine then, now it is shared value. He taught us about collaboration, he taught us about co-creation, how you create a value which can be shared. The management guru told us few decades back about the competitive forces, has himself propagated this. The organizations like Unilever moved to rural area to create inclusive value chain models by working with women groups, self-help group women in the rural areas. This has compounded further. Even today, all the industry, tomorrow you will be part of many such industries, all of these industries are talking about SDG. Have you heard about SDG? Anyone? What is SDG? Any student? Yeah. Very good. Thank you. So in the new order, you will listen these words: biodiversity, regenerative agriculture, agroecology, sustainable development are becoming the norm. The companies have started. You talk today to any company, their overall mandate is to along with development agencies to fulfill sustainable development goals. There are some 17 goals globally been accepted, from poverty to malnutrition to many other things. So at a global level and at India level, with Prime Minister Modi ji's commitment at COP26, all of us are saying the order is changing. Even companies today talking about sustainable development goals. The digital inclusion, demand for new food systems, regenerative agriculture, adoption of alternate energy for all sorts of industrial production are just few examples where we are going to see emergence of new business models. The old business models are getting challenged. You know about Tesla, but Tesla at a global level challenging, but you will see it happening across the pyramid, across the ladder. And it will happen more and more because we have gone through a change process never before in last 2 years. That would bring a huge amount of innovations, huge amount of changes, the way we conduct business. Why I'm saying, as students, read the books, but also look at the future. Try to understand what's happening around you. If I just take the example of food, which is so basic for human existence, we have finally understood that damages we have made to the Mother Earth through the food production system we have adopted. 50 years, India has, in the name of food security, has adopted a policy to keep on cultivating paddy and wheat, paddy and wheat, paddy and wheat. We have reached to a stage, some parts of Punjab they call are completely died. The living soil, the soil which is actually living, which is giving birth to all the food we are getting, are completely damaged. It's almost like becoming static. So we have understood the kind of damage we have done to Mother Earth and to the huge segment of society called farming community. 60% people are depending on that. It is only 15 to 16% of the GDP. How this model would work? It is going to be changed. The industrial processed food is solving less problems and creating more. You know, industrial processed food, we just had some of them. The chips, the biscuits, most of them. So while we are out of convenience over a period of time have started demanding for that, now this has reached to a culmination point where it is creating more problem than solving or solving certain solutions. The relevance of local production, processing and marketing systems are emerging as the new trend. Look at certain business which are flourishing on this. As a young manager, it is important for you to adapt yourself to the new realities and equip in a way that you grow with this evolving world order. Here I would like to twist my talk. What you need to appreciate is that you need to be more resilient as a management person to travel on this new path. And that's very important for all of us, which is otherwise very less traveled so far. You will not get more wisdom or knowledge really to see through that and take a journey in that path. Therefore, more than just getting informed about the sector, you need to build a new perspective and a possible right and proactive attitude to travel through this journey. The second part of my deliberation, my observations and experience over last 20 years and more so in last 2 years may help you to inculcate some attributes to your personality so that you may become a resilient manager to navigate through the changing scenario. The topic was about what's happening. So I am relating what's happening and how you can see through and make yourself a better manager for that. We have heard this idiom called change is the only constant, isn't it? There is no better time than this. When we started our journey as Ecosiate, now I'm giving my own personal examples, we thought that agriculture would be an important area for us to work. We could sense the rapid changes happening in the larger agriculture ecosystem. I had barely heard about a word called agroecology 6 years back. However, our team, that's where the management graduates, management persons within the organization comes in. However, our team which was alert about issues around soil, water, climate. Conviction. Able to hear me? Yeah. Geared up with a conviction that the future of agriculture is not chemical-based agriculture, but natural, organic, or at a higher level, agroecology-based farming. In last 2 years, we have done some 8 assignments with international agencies in this space. We are not just contemporary, but we are in fact able to solve some larger societal solutions, problems into solutions. As future managers, you need to carry the attitude to build the capacity to observe what's happening around your surrounding, and that's my first point. The change is happening first, and you need to be observant to the surrounding and create capacities around that. The second, again, coming back to what Andy Grove says, let's look at another aspect, which is strategic inflection point. We need to be vigilant to understand this. Let's look at the changes happening in the food sector after the insurgence of COVID. Some studies show 85% of the people have changed their food habits after COVID. Can you believe it? In management, they say a 3% change in the consumer mind can actually give you a very big push into the market. People have gone through some food habits. Everybody here must have gone at least once through a kada. Kada was never part of our diet, isn't it? But all of us. So if you look at a global level, 85% people have done some changes into their food habits. The relevance of safe and healthy foods, the food having right nutritious value, food that are grown in your vicinity and in your agroecology zone. That means if I am from Bhopal, in my surrounding there is a food system happening and I need to consume that. I can consume something from Tamil Nadu or from Kerala, but my locality, my agroecology zone, my food is best for me. That thought is coming back. The food sector has reached to an inflection point today. The growth of the organic and natural food is quite relevant now in India. We at Ecosiate observed this and invested on a startup in the same direction. In last 6 months, we ourselves are seeing how people in Noida are willingly adopting themselves to organic and natural food. Some 500 to 700 customers, now we are literally giving them these foods made by farmer producer organizations in a very, very sophisticated way. Have you heard about FPO? Farmer producer organization? You must. You go back to Google and do some research. In agriculture sector, government, NGOs, development, international, all kinds of organizations are supporting farmers to come. We used to have cooperatives. So now in new generation, there is something called farmers producer company. So farmers of their own coming and forming their company. We are working with 5 such producer companies who are farmers. They have their own products branded, properly named, labeled with FSSI, with certificates, supplying to us, and we are marketing. And we, without much effort, actually we are not spending a lot of money for that, but 500 to 700 customers in Noida have come to us. Some of the orders are of the quantity of 2,000, 2,500 per month. We are getting apricot from Ladakh and selling it in Noida. Point is, apricot, the appreciation for apricot, appreciation for organic, it has really increased suddenly in the minds of the consumers, and we are doing that. As a resilient manager, you need to build up ability to see the inflection point of any industry and see what next and gear up towards the same. So it is important for an MBA student to have that eye. Next point, to some extent, I think our chief guest touched upon that. Digitization is going to be lifeline of all business. Today's MBA, without understanding of IT from an application point of view, I'm not talking about IT from a sector point of view or a faculty or a discipline point of view, IT becoming the life, like this finance is a lifeline for industry. It will never die. Similarly, IT or technology going to be a very important point. Satellite technology used for decoding the surface of Mars, Mangal Graha, has opened up many avenues to understand the soil, the surface of the soil, the surface of the earth. Because the satellite used for going to Mars has the ability to decode the properties of the soil. That was the capacity. So some intelligent people say, perhaps thought, why to go to Mars? We don't know what's there. And we are doing some experiments there to understand the earth, the soil, but on our own earth, the soil is really degraded and almost dying. So what happens? Some opened up many avenues to understand the surface soil of the earth. The images taken can tell us about the organic carbon content available on the surface of the earth. Organic carbon is seen a growth in the global market as people are ready to trade. You know, carbon trading, this is becoming a big subject. This is all linked to the satellite imagery, decoding that property, and you can actually, sitting in a village in Madhya Pradesh, you can sell that to somebody in Europe or America. So carbon trading becoming a reality. Organic carbon is seeing a growth in the global market as a tradable commodity. Imagine a scenario, you are supporting 10,000 farmers to move to regenerative agriculture. That means not chemical based, but an agriculture practice which can regenerate your soil. And you ensure increase of the soil organic carbon, and against this, someone in Europe or US is ready to pay you if you trade that SOC, soil carbon content. India is waiting to regenerate some 30 million hectares of agriculture land. 30 million hectares. That means the carbon content of those 30 million hectares would go up. If it is 0.20 today, it will go to 0.4, let's say, and it's a huge, it's $1 billion worth property now. More importantly, it is now possible to look at digital solution to develop a global business model around that. Ecosiate, fortunate enough to become part of such a same concept. We are not a tech company, and that's important. Like most of the management students, we are also not a tech company. We are a management. We are a business company or a management company. But our understanding of regenerative agriculture, the relevance of this in the new paradigm of sustainable world, the potential application of the technology with the farming community helped us to work on this. Your ability to connect technology to the social requirements would help you grow significantly. So as a student, if we are talking about HR, I think one of the major requirement today is to understand what's happening in the technology space and also look at the application part. You are seeing the growth of startups. In agriculture alone, we have 3,000 startups in India or more. And if you look at other sectors, there will be more. And most of them are getting into the technology side of the story, creating a solution which would be applied to the people. This is a new reality. Old school thoughts perhaps would not teach you this, but you need to demand for such education. You need to tell your faculties, let us know, get us exposure to that segment. The last point from my side, be a student of innovation. In this new world order, one thing that would be most critical is to stay creative and innovative. We all know that. It's no big deal. However, we need to build a very different ability to stay in a continuous innovation journey. Things are changing very fast. 5 years back, perhaps Netflix and what is the other one? Amazon. You are listening to me, thank you. So Amazon Prime, those kind of stuffs were never in our dictionary. Today they are literally on your bedroom and killing many other industries, isn't it? You know the subscription numbers of these varieties of entertainment channels in millions. Now from $3.99 or $4.99, I saw Netflix has reduced it to $1.99. At $1.99 rupees, they are giving you all kinds of stuff at your laptop. So this is the revolution happening. This is the change happening and happening very fast. In 2 years' time, technology is taking us in a very different dimension or a paradigm. We need to be observant to that. However, We need to build a very different ability to stay in a continuous In past, the companies were deciding to bring some innovative solutions, were working towards the same. Like for example, I worked for Unilever's Project Sakti. They decided this is an innovative project, let's do that. So all the company personnel who were part of that were deciding, let's in 2 years time, 3 years time, we'll do that. But that model of innovation, which is mainly happening all over, has changed. Today, you enter into a business or industry and then part of a journey where you keep on innovating continuously. Some of the companies like Facebook, all of us are, you know how Facebook, what was the original idea of being a Facebook? Any idea? When they started, what was that? What company was that? Or what idea they worked on? They thought of working on like a library or a place where people can go through books. That is the starting point, and today you look at what is that you can get in Facebook. Completely different industry. The point here is, that time they didn't decided we will do some innovation. They said we start, but they created a culture of people like you. They continuously started evolving themselves, one after other, and they're doing it. Some of the biggest companies, in order to survive, are into a phenomena where their managers are into a continuous journey of innovation. Doing innovation is different, but remaining in a continuous journey of innovation is different. In today's world, you will be demanded to think like that. Of course, maybe not in first 2 years or first 3-4 years. The way you start growing, you will be facing this kind. Be it in fintech, be it in agriculture, be it in housing. Everywhere you will be forced to think on that line. So, these are some of my thoughts. I thought of highlighting these 4 aspects which may help you to venture into the new world with right perspective and attitudes. Thank you and wish you all the very best. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, sir. I must tell you that you have got the gift of the gab. Thank you, sir. We have now come to know your secret of success. You have just now preached what you have practiced. I assure you that we would follow in your footsteps to reach the stars.
We are highly honored that today we have Namita Pandey ma'am amongst us. We are indeed grateful to her for graciously and readily accepted our invitation. Namita Pandey ma'am is a program leader, HRD, Self-Reliant Initiative through Joint Action, founder of Gramshi Development Services Private Limited, trustee of Gramshi Foundation Trust. As a development practitioner by profession, Namita Pandey ma'am is working with Srijan from last 16 years. She secured B.Tech in Civil Engineering from Global Ballabh Pant University of Agriculture and Technology, India. Immediately after her college, Ms. Pandey joined Srijan and started working directly with underprivileged women, scheduled tribes and scheduled castes in the remote areas of Rajasthan, Tong district. She promoted a women-led sustainable federation there by promoting community leaders by taking up agriculture and dairy as sustainable livelihood. Namita ma'am has the human resource cell of Srijan. She builds capacities of professionals and nurtures them to work effectively and changes agent in poorest regions of India. She has also confronted a private company called Gramshi Development Services Private Limited, which works on initiative solutions of marketing the producers of tribal families, thus empowering them socially and economically. She is also a trustee of non-profit organization named Gramshi Foundation Trust, which aims at enhancing livelihoods in Pan-India. With such strong and impressive profile, we are delighted to have her here. Ma'am, we are eagerly looking for your address. Ma'am, please.
Sorry for the inconvenience. Experience of planning and implementing various projects, especially creating sustainable livelihood through non-hazardous vocational training to adolescents and parents of child labor families under the Indus Child Labor Project, jointly founded by International Labour Organization, Department of Labour, USA and Ministry of Labour and Employment, Government of India. He is versatile in micro-enterprise creation, capacity building of rural, urban and tribal women groups on economy-generating activities, institution building and community building. CSR activities are his area of specialization. With this impeccable career chart, I surely believe he will add modernity to our viewpoints. Sir, your presence is a moral boost for us. We are waiting with full of excitement to hear your motivational words. Sir, I request you to grace the dais.
Possible to display that? And I'm not able to see that. Presentation, there's a presentation.
Good morning. your inclination towards delivering the best, delivering the, excellent. If you're not inclined, you are half-hearted to deliver, even as a student, then you will be in, top 10 or top 50 of that particular institutions. If you are fully devoted, if you are fully inclined towards, getting your goal, achieving your goal, then only you would be able to, perform as a meritorious student. And same is the case with a manager, with a corporate, in a corporate or in any industry. So the last one is this 1, 2, 3, this you have to pursue, this you have to make the way of your life, not for a year or two. As a student, you will have to do this 1, 2, 3, or as a manager, you will have to adopt this 1, 2, 3. Then your career growth will be so rapid in comparison to other competitors. So these 4 things are there. So these are the 4 learning things which please next. So challenges versus achievement. So there are so many challenges in life, but there are so many opportunities to achieve or to meet out, to mitigate the risk or the challenges as well. What are these challenges are? I would request 1 click, please. So there is no challenge. Is there any child sitting before me? Or all of the budding managers are sitting before me? Any child who can raise hand? There's no child. So you have already enjoyed your childhood. You are no more a child. You don't have that privilege to commit mistakes. Okay? So the next one. So you are a student or an intern. So this is the present status of most of you. So this is the time. No, please don't click next. They are not aspirant now. They are a student or intern. So this is the time when you have to choose whether you have to, opt HR, you have to opt finance, you have to opt consulting, you have to go in manufacturing industries, you want to go in some, automobile industries, some civil aviation industries, some agro-based industries, some service industries, some wellness or beauty-related, company you are going to join as a manager. What you are going to, be in your upcoming career. So don't think that way like any of the companies will provide you a very good package, then you are going to join that company. Don't think that way. And that way, if you think that way, then you would not be able to perform your interview, during the interview. Whoever will be able to perform good in his or her interview will the student who will, already, identified the sector in which he wants to pursue his career. So whenever you decide as a student that I will pursue my career in this career as a manager, as a HR, or as a whatever position you are thinking about, so just, prepare your planning. There should be 2 goals. One is short-term goals, another is long-term goals. Wherever you want to see yourself after 3 years, this is the short-term goal. As a manager, as a general manager, whatever, during the 3 years. So your short-term goal should be there in your mind, should be there on your study table, should be there stick on the wall of your study room. So this is my short-term goal. After 3 years, I will be there as a manager in this company, in this sector. As a student, you will have to, finalize your future right now. Or as an aspirant, if you will not finalize this, next please, then you'll have to enter in the area of this aspirant. And after completing your PG, if you are going to search a job, that is a very difficult and struggling period, The next please. Don't try to enter as an aspirant. Don't try to enter even a struggler. And more time, if you will spend, 1 year or 2 as an aspirant, then you will have to start your struggle. So better to think now as a student or as an intern than what you are going to be. The next, please. And this is the worst one. This is the worst one. If this goes continue like the long time as an aspirant or long time as a struggler, in that case, you will have to opt in compromised career. ये सबसे बुरी, सबसे खतरनाक बात होगी. और अदरवाइज अगर ये नीचे वाले एरिया में नहीं आते हैं, सिर्फ ऊपर ही ऊपर रहते हैं, तो नेक्स्ट प्लीज, नेक्स्ट एंड द लास्ट वन. सो ये सारे आपके लाइफ टाइम अचीवमेंट्स होंगे. तो अभी आपको ऊपर वाला ही जो लेयर है वहीं से सीधे स्टूडेंट या एस्पिरेंट्स की तरह से ही अपने लाइफ टाइम अचीवमेंट वाले एरिया में आपको एंटर कर जाना है. अगर नीचे आ गए, अगर एज ए स्टूडेंट आपने नहीं सोचा कि आपको कहाँ जाना है, कुछ भी कंफ्यूजन रही, हाफ हर्टनेस रही, तो फिर इधर नीचे आना होगा, और नीचे वाले एरिया से ऊपर जाना असंभव नहीं लेकिन कठिन बहुत होता है। इस चीज को हमेशा ध्यान रखिएगा, वहीं रहिए। एंड दिस अप्लाइज टू मी एज वेल। कौन कितना एम्बिशियस है, कौन कितना महत्वाकांक्षी है, ये उसके ऊपर डिपेंड करता है। दिस अप्लाइज टू एवरीबडी, इवन ऑन योर फैकल्टीज एंड द स्टूडेंट्स एंड द HR और द जो मैनेजर्स, जो भी कॉर्पोरेट से जो भी हमको यहाँ रिप्रेजेंटेटिव सारे के सारे हैं, मैं ये बोल रहा हूँ यहाँ बड़े चैलेंज के साथ में, ये सब के ऊपर अप्लाई होता है। ऊपर चले गए तो ऊपर जाते जाओगे, लाइफ टाइम अचीवमेंट्स आप अचीव कर पाओगे। नेक्स्ट प्लीज। सो हियर इज द रोड मैप, please click one by one. So this is the first phase of your, the first milestone of your career. You'll have to make a decision. Make a decision, like you have to define your role as a student while you are a student. You have to define your role in your mind, like what is your interest? What is the field of your interest? So this is what you have to finalize here, right now. The next one. And this is the planning of WH. Planning of WH, like why, what, when, where, and how. These are the 5 key questions which you have to ask yourself, like what I have to become, how I can become this, for that what, how includes so many like answers. उसके लिए ये जानना होगा, ये समझना होगा, वो पढ़ना होगा, वो सीखना होगा, उस तरह का प्रैक्टिकल एक्सपोजर चाहिए, इस पर्टिकुलर फील्ड के ऊपर मेरा प्रोजेक्ट होना चाहिए, इस फील्ड में मुझको इंटर्नशिप करना है, इस ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में जाके मुझे लर्निंग्स करना है, समर कैंप में वहाँ पे जाऊँगा। आप अपने इंटरेस्ट को आप अपने फैकल्टीज़ को बताइए, अपने मेंटर्स को बताइए, एंड मेंटर्स को भी यही करना है स्टूडेंट्स के साथ में, कि उनका जो फील्ड ऑफ इंटरेस्ट है वो आपको समझना होगा यहाँ पे। एंड ये WH को आपको फाइनल करना होगा। देयर शुड नॉट बी एनी एम्बिग्यूटी व्हाइल यू आर फाइनलाइजिंग योर WH। डजंट मैटर यू आर ए स्टूडेंट और यू आर ए फैकल्टी और you are working on a very top position in a corporate. So continuously we also works on these WHs. If I have to, if I expect a career growth, in that case, I have to, continue work on these WHs, day by day, WHs. When I'm standing here and introducing you, this is also a part of these WHs. My organization, जो KVIC है, Khadi and Village Industries Commission, they expect to, disseminate the knowledge and awareness related to Khadi. What do you think by Khadi? A fabric which is, usually worn by some politicians. No. That is a thought. That is a thought. Somebody must have, heard about the monumental national flag, the biggest national flag ever. लेह की पहाड़ी पे अभी कुछ 1 महीना पहले, 1.5 महीना पहले खादी ने, हमारे खादी ग्रामोद्योग आयोग ने बना के वो दिया था. Can you think? We are providing, jobs or like employment to millions of people. वो भी चैरिटी करने के लिए क्यों खादी पहनेंगे, ये सोच सकते हैं आप. तो अब मैं आपको बताता हूं. खादी इज द मोस्ट इको फ्रेंडली फैब्रिक ऑफ द वर्ल्ड. कैन यू थिंक? अभी पहनेंगे, अभी ज्यादा पैसे भी देंगे, इसके लिए पहनेंगे. सो द कॉज, वो वजह आपके पास हो सकती है कि आप चैरिटी के लिए खादी पहनेंगे, या आप सबसे अच्छा कपड़ा पहनना चाहते हैं उसके लिए पहनेंगे, दुनिया का सबसे इको फ्रेंडली कपड़ा पहनना चाहता है उसके लिए पहनेंगे, या मिलियंस ऑफ लोगों को खादी में रोजगार मिलता है उसके लिए पहनेंगे. हो सकता है ये सब भी चीजें आपकी काम की बातें ना हो. बट लेट मी शेयर ए डेटा विद यू. कैन यू इमेजिन इवन दिस COVID period, last financial year's turnover related to these khadi products within India only, 95,000 crores of rupees worth khadi was sold during the financial year 2020-21, even during the COVID. So this is a very emerging sector. बड़े बड़े corporates इसके ऊपर काम कर रहे हैं, and globally इसका बहुत डिमांड है. तो जब आप सोचते हो कि आप टेक्सटाइल इंडस्ट्री में जाना चाहते हो, जब आप सोचते हो हैंडलूम इंडस्ट्री में जाना चाहते हो, जब अपैरल मेकिंग या अपैरल इंडस्ट्री में आप जाने की बात सोचते हो, तो देन यू विल हैव टू थिंक अबाउट दिस. दिस इज द इमर्जिंग सेक्टर. दिस इज जस्ट एन एग्जांपल. आई एम नॉट अर्जिंग यू टू इस फील्ड में आप जाके काम करें. सो नेक्स्ट प्लीज. एंड दिस इज द फेज 3. In phase 3, you will have to implement all the WH. It's okay. You plan your things very smartly, very cleverly or very smartly. very appropriately. You are not able to implement your plannings, then the planning doesn't work. So whatever you plan, whatever you know, your WH, whatever your timelines for your WH, you will have to meet out all the timelines of your WH while you are implementing all those, plannings. So this is a very necessary, point. The third phase is very necessary. We plan in a very big way, but we are not able to implement that. If we are able to implement that, we are not able to meet out the, timelines. So this is very crucial and necessary, especially for budding managers. You will have to complete your studies well in time. You will have to complete your products well in time. You will have to complete whatever assignment is expected by your course curriculum. Out of that, what else you can, gain as a knowledge, as an experience? What else you can participate within the institutional activities? Out of the institution, you can represent your institution in some of similar kind of, HR conclaves or some of similar kind of, fairs or, exhibitions or some other programs. So that is what makes you a manager have a, difference. So the last one, and this is the very, important, the most important. Like if you have a thought in your mind that after 3 years you will be manager in some multinational company on this sector, then after becoming the manager, the work is not in. Actually, the task is started after achieving that short-term goal. The real work starts after achieving the short-term goal. That is the big challenge. And that is the big challenge which, makes you unable to switch over company to company, post to post, designation to designation, lower package to higher package and higher package to more than that. And companies, invite you on the ability, on the basis of your abilities, on the basis of your performances, on the basis of ideas you have, on the basis of performance you have already demonstrated. So this is the thing. And that is why from Sadhu Vaswani College to, Center for Entrepreneurship Development to EDI Ahmedabad to, Ministry of MSME, Government of India. In the age of 47 years, I got, the A-grade position, gazetted A-grade position in the ministry in the age of 47 years. And I am the fortunate enough who got this position in the age of 40 years. Like there was a direct recruitment based on the experience, based on the the performance you have demonstrated in your previous life. So performance always works. And second important thing related to performance, either you are faculties, either you are students or strugglers, whatever you are, the proper documentation of your performance. Somebody, they don't, even remember their own achievements. If I ask कि कबड्डी में आपने फर्स्ट प्राइज जीता था तो कौन सा साल जीता था, किसको हराया था, तो वो सर्टिफिकेट देखेगा और सर्टिफिकेट देखेगा तो सर्टिफिकेट नहीं मिलेगा उसको. देन वो ये नहीं होना चाहिए. Always try to get more and more medals, more and more certificates, more and more activities. Be very proactive. The first ever quality of a manager is always be proactive. Otherwise, there is salad competition, salad making competition. So what? This task is not related to boys. No, this is related to boys only. If you are going to, join a hospitality industry, in that way you would be able to understand, you can contribute something, some uniqueness to your chefs or like the जो kitchen की आपकी team होगी उसको कि ये ऐसे करिए. But that proactiveness, जो हमको shyness को जो निकालना है, तो वो manager के बीच में से हमको निकालना है. Next slide, please. So the challenges, a few of challenges. These are not, nobody can list the challenges of, being faced by the industry, all the sectors. Nobody can list out there. There are so many challenges. The list is endless. But a few challenges you can understand better. First is, either the product in which the company is dealing, in which the corporate is dealing, is still not in the existence. Like you are working in some company and some allied activities that has a very good demand, but company is not able to, provide such kind of products or services. And you are able to, provide some ideas, some solutions, to introduce some new product, some new services, which has a very good demand in the public. That will make you unique. That will make you a star. if you have some ideas. So where there is a problem, there is a solution as well. Who is providing this? AC है. अभी AC है तो अभी and understand the solution. Solution is the business idea. Always. ये कभी भी देखिएगा, correlate करिएगा आप. And second challenge is, you can see the product or services are already in the market but fail to satisfy the customers, their need, like what in terms of size, in terms of colors, in terms of packaging, in terms of delivery, in terms of prices, in terms of all after sale services, in terms of the utility, in terms of the packet size, in terms of delivery, whatever it is. So you can provide a solution related to so that that can increase the satisfaction, customer level satisfaction for that particular industry. This is the permanent problem being faced by the industry. जब से ये जो industry, corporate या जो कुछ भी ये concept evolve हुई है, तब से ये दोनों समस्याएं हैं कि ये तो available ही नहीं है, इसका क्या industry लगाएं, क्या चलाएं, इसको इस sector में क्या जाएं, ये तो available ही नहीं है, इसका raw material available नहीं है. Next please. And this is the common challenge number 2. Either the product is always available excessively. कहते टमाटर 50 पैसे किलो बिक रहा है, रोड पे फेंकना पड़ रहा है, आलू का ये हाल है. Why don't you process that? Why don't you preserve that? Why don't you add some value in that? Because you don't have any idea to add any value. You don't have any idea, you will be fired from the company. If you have idea for solutions, you will be awarded, you will be rewarded. So always there are the problems. Excessiveness is not the problem. Problem is that we don't have idea to to use optimum level that particular excessiveness. Somewhere in some geography, in some other country or some other states, there would be deficiency of that particular product. So why don't you make some good products out of that? Why don't you pack them? Why don't you export them to that particular geography and get a very good profit for your company? So that is a challenge, but that is a opportunity as well. So there is a deficiency of the specific product, service, whatever it is. If deficiency is there, again you have to make a small survey. Sometimes desktop survey. अभी तो कंप्यूटर पे ही ऑनलाइन गूगल गुरु सब कुछ बता देता है. ये चीज यहाँ पे नहीं मिलती तो कहाँ पे मिलती है? So just import that particular products or like the service providers, they are in that locality where this service or products are not available, and make profits, make money out of that idea. Next please. The common challenge number 3 for the all the sectors, forward and backward linkages. This forward and backward linkages is a very common thing, but available of technology, machinery, manpower, workforce, skilled workforce, raw material, ancillary units, supporting units, good marketing team, good marketing channels, value chains, supply chain, whatever it is. ये सारी की सारी जितने भी hard intervention, soft intervention or जो thematic intervention है related to any of the industry, that is directly related to these forward and backward linkages. So there must be some lacuna. Let me put an example. Can anybody tell me, like the budding managers are there, can anybody tell me कि अभी किया कुछ साल पहले ही किया जो ऑटोमोबाइल कंपनी है, they launched their cars in India. उसमें 6 महीने या 1 साल का वेटिंग क्यों चल रहा है? बहुत सारे मॉडल्स पे क्यों चल रहा है? क्या वो बेचना नहीं चाहते? क्यों लोग पैसा बुक करके और पैसा अपना कैरी करके रखते हैं 15 लाख रुपए, जिस दिन मुझे मेरी कार की डिलीवरी मिलेगी उस दिन ये 15 लाख दूंगा और तुरंत ले लूंगा? क्या कंपनी कार बेचना नहीं चाहती इंडिया में? किया का मैंने एग्जांपल दिया. एनीबडी कैन टेल मी? प्रोडक्शन कम है. क्यों प्रोडक्शन कम है? चाइना से कुछ आता था, कुछ बेंगलोर से आता होगा, कुछ मैं कोलूखेड़ी, ये गांव था वहां रहता हूं, कुछ कोलूखेड़ी के पास कोई होगा वहां से आता होगा. ये मैं एग्जांपल दे रहा हूं. आप समझिए, किया सब कुछ नहीं बनाता है, या ऑडी सब कुछ नहीं बनाता है, मारुति सब कुछ नहीं बनाती है, मर्सिडीज सब कुछ नहीं बनाती है. उसका जो स्टूडियो है वो स्टीरियो कोई और बनाता है, टायर्स कोई और बनाता है, रेडिएटर कोई और बनाता है, उसके प्लास्टिक कंपोनेंट्स कोई और बनाता है, ग्लास से रिलेटेड चीज़ें टफन वो बनाता है, कोई और बनाता है. So like we need to understand there are so many ancillary units, they need to enhance their productivity, their production as per the standard of that particular production unit, and they have to meet out at that that need, the level of जो उसको जितना चाहिए प्रोडक्शन. वो नहीं मीट आउट कर पाएंगे तो किया वाला कार नहीं बना पाएगा, किया वाला कार नहीं बना पाएगा तो नहीं बेच पाएगा, नहीं बेच पाएगा तो a certain percentage, like say 10%, 25%, 20%, they are very eager to get a new car. Even that's okay, Kia has a very good car, वो फर्स्ट पार्टी में आता है कि अगर अभी मिल जाएगी तो किया लेंगे, लेकिन they can't wait more, they are going for some other brands, and Kia is losing business. Why Kia is losing business? Because they are not able to meet out the supply. Why they are not able to meet out the supply? Because they dependent on so many ancillary units. They are manufacturing small components for Kia, and they are not able to provide those standard components to Kia. That's why Kia is not able to enhance the productivity. So whose fault is this? This is the fault of managers. Those they are managing these ancillary units. Or those they are not able to even create some more ancillary units working in Kia. Kia is a worldwide famous company. I'm just putting an example for Kia. There are so many car companies, automobile companies, there are so many products. अभी जब हम स्कूल में पढ़ते थे तो उस समय बजाज का स्कूटर लेने के लिए आपको नंबर लगाना पड़ता था, जो लैंडलाइन टेलीफोन होता था उसके लिए नंबर लगाना पड़ता था और वेट करना पड़ता था. अभी वेट करना किसी को पसंद नहीं है. 1.5 लाख का भी मोबाइल फ़ोन लेना होता है किसी को, आईफोन. तो अभी सुबह अगर पापा तैयार हो गए तो पापा अभी चलिए, आप तो आप शेव भी मत कीजिए और आप नहाइए भी मत, अभी कपड़े पहनिए, चलिए उसके बाद में देखेंगे क्या करना है. इतना भी वेट नहीं किसी को है. तो इस ज़माने में, इस तेज़ी के ज़माने में आपको ये जो बैकवर्ड फॉरवर्ड लिंकेजेस हैं इनको स्ट्रेंथन करना होगा. दैट इज़ आल्सो द रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी ऑफ मैनेजर्स. That is also a very big challenge all across the sectors. Next please. आप देखिए ये सब चैलेंजेस क्यों बता रहा हूं. आप कितने चैलेंजेस मीट आउट कर सकते हो, उतना जल्दी, उतने ज्यादा, उतना अच्छा ऑफर आपको मिलने वाला है. So the key challenge, अभी देखिए कॉमन चैलेंज की बात कर रहे थे. द की चैलेंज फॉर आवर फैकल्टीज एज वेल, फैकल्टीज ऑफ BSS IAS, फैकल्टीज ऑफ एवरी मैनेजमेंट इंस्टीट्यूशन. This is the key challenges. Not only for faculties, even the challenge for the budding manager, for the students as well. What is the key challenges? If we ask anybody, if we ask even in this forum, I'm not going to ask, looking to limitation of the time. But if we ask such kind of questions, you can easily imagine what sort of answers I got. Next slide, please. Next slide for answers. So this is what companies or corporates or the employers, they want to see in you, see in their manager. These are the top 50 words. So choose how many of these words do you have. ईमानदारी के साथ, आइडियल सेल्फ और रियल सेल्फ में अंतर नहीं होना चाहिए. हर कोई कहता है मैं ईमानदार हूं, पता पड़ा अभी टेस्ट करेंगे तो वो उसकी ईमानदारी साबित हो जाती है कितनी है. So pick the word which you have in you. So these are the challenges being faced by all across the sectors. This type of manpower, this type of workforce, they are not able to get. They are not able to get this type of workforce. These are the challenges. And we as an education institution, we have to meet out these type of challenges. We as a budding manager, we have to meet out these challenges by, creating, by generating these qualities in ourselves. If you are able to create or generate factually all these qualities in you, then you would be able to pursue your career. You will be able to, have instant growth in your career, continuously growth in your career. Next, please. And some other forces are also, they drive, such kind of challenges. Sometimes these are the, known as a privileges. Sometimes these are known as a challenges. What are these? These are economic forces. Sometimes a big company introduce their products, like Jio आ गया, Jio ने फ्री में मोबाइल दे दिया, ट्रायल के नाम पे 1 साल दे दिया, सबकी छुट्टी कर दिया. So this is the perfect example of economic forces. Social forces like बहुत सारा, like लोगों में चैरिटी के लिए इंक्लिनेशन है, लोगों में like विदेशी चीज़ों के लिए नहीं है. अभी रिसेंटली चाइना के जितने भी प्रोडक्ट्स थे, अगर उसका मालूम पड़ जाए कि चाइना का प्रोडक्ट है, तो दिस इज द परफेक्ट एग्जांपल रिलेटेड टू सोशल फोर्सेस, कि अभी हम कोई चाइनीज प्रोडक्ट या चाइना का जो कोई उसमें कंपोनेंट भी लगा हुआ है, नाम भी लगा हुआ है, तो उसको हम लेना नहीं चाहेंगे रिसेंटली। टेक्नोलॉजिकल एडवांसेस, आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस के बारे में आपने सुना होगा। मैं यहाँ से चलूँ और सोचूं बहुत गर्मी लग रही है, घर जाऊँगा तो गर्म मिलेगा, मैं यहीं से अपना एसी ऑन कर सकता हूँ। इवन आई कैन सेट टेम्परेचर ऑफ माई रूम। मैं यहीं से कमांड दे दूं और मुझे मेरा सैंडविच जो मैं रख के आया था माइक्रोवेव ओवन में, कि जब मैं आऊँगा तो उसको कंज्यूम करूँगा तो वो उसको गर्म कर दे। मैं यहीं से कमांड दे दूं तो मेरे लिए कुछ और दूसरी चीज़ें तैयार हो जाएं, मेरे बाथरूम का गीज़र ऑन हो जाए। अभी आप देखेंगे माई डॉटर, आई एम शेयरिंग द एक्सपीरियंस ऑफ माई डॉटर। मैं भी आईफोन यूज़ करता हूँ, शी आल्सो यूजेज आईफोन। तो वो आईफोन वहाँ रखा होता है, हे सीरी कॉल पापा ऑन स्पीकर। इवन शी इज़ नॉट रेडी टू उठ के इतना तकलीफ भी क्यों करने का है कि फ़ोन लगाने का है। वो ये आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस है। आप सीरी यूज़ करते हो सर्च के लिए, वेदर के लिए, वेबसाइट सर्च करने के लिए, कॉल लगाने के लिए, उंगलियां ना दुखें तो टेक्स्ट करने के लिए, वो पूरा डिक्टेशन ले लेता है, सब चीज़ें ले लेता है। तो ये आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस है। तो दीज आर द टेक्नोलॉजिकल ड्राइवर्स जो कि अभी सेक्टर्स को ड्राइव कर रहे हैं। तो एग्रो बेस्ड इंडस्ट्रीज की बात करें, अभी यहाँ कोई एफपीओ की बात कर रहा था, तो फार्मर प्रोड्यूस ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस में भी टेक्नोलॉजिकल ये सारी चीज़ें आ गई हैं। कुछ नहीं तो उसमें बार कोड होगा, क्यूआर कोड होगा, उसकी पूरी बेसिकल इंफॉर्मेशन को समझने के लिए, और वहाँ सब जगह इन चीज़ों को मैनेज करने के लिए मैनेजर्स लगते हैं। आप लोग लगते हो, हर जगह आप लोग लगते हो। ये मत समझिए कि टेक्नोलॉजी सिर्फ एविएशन में या आईटी में या उस सब चीज़ में है, नहीं, ऐसा नहीं है। सो पॉलिटिकल एंड रेगुलेटरी चेंजेस, पॉलिसीज चेंज होती हैं। अभी किसान वाला जो चल रहा था कितने दिन से, तो उससे किसान सारों का ध्यान उधर लग गया था। पॉलिटिकल जो प्रायोरिटीज़ होती हैं वो प्रायोरिटीज़ के हिसाब से डेवलपमेंट होती है। सेक्टर्स जो है उनका डेवलपमेंट, या तो उनके लिए अच्छी पॉलिसीज़ आती हैं या ऐसी पॉलिसीज़ आती हैं जिनसे उनके ऊपर कंट्रोल होता है। ये सारी चीज़ों की समझ आपको रखना होगी। नेक्स्ट प्लीज, आई एम जस्ट गोइंग टू कंक्लूड a few examples of some common challenges being faced by a few factors, like some resources, availability of resources, excessively available, not available, both are the challenges. Gender based, the workforce, gender is a very big issue at workplaces, so this you need to understand better. Need based, needs are changed. बड़ा एक प्लांट लगाया और फिर उसके बाद में उस प्रोडक्ट का डिमांड ही मार्केट में से चला गया एकदम से, तो क्या करेंगे? तो you will have to, as a manager, you will have to be ready, you will have to make ready your corporate, your industry, your company for diversification. You will have to estimate the possible changes which are being introduced within a year or 2 years or 3 years or 5 years. If you want to become global level manager, in that case you will have to explore the opportunities to understand whether your industry would be profitable one after 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. Estimated balance sheets are not only the work which is being undertaken by the financial department or account department, but there are also some important inputs being provided by the manufacturing department, by the works department, by the inventory people, raw material supplier, vendors, ancillary units. You need to collect information from all these stakeholders which are providing the strength to make to be your industry as a profitable one. So wants based, demand based, supply based, technology driven, skill driven, recipe driven, and so on. There are so many factors which drives different sectors. So the next, sustainable development goals. कीर्ति मिश्रा जी जब बता रहे थे तो मैं सुन रहा था, मैं फिर बता भी रहा था अरविंद प्रकाश साहब से कि ये मैंने एक स्लाइड रखी है उसमें से। फॉर एग्जांपल, पीडब्ल्यूसी एक कंसल्टिंग बड़ा बिग 4 जो फर्म है ऑल ओवर वर्ल्ड, उनमें से एक माना जाता है। अरविंद प्रकाश साहब हमारे साथ में उसमें से एक पीडब्ल्यूसी में टीम लीड हैं एडवाइजरी। सो अभी सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट, अगर आप कंसल्टिंग सेक्टर में जाना चाहते हैं, सोशल डेवलपमेंट सेक्टर में, वेरी गुड एंड ह्यूज अपॉर्चुनिटीज आर देयर। आप सिर्फ अकेला अगर एसडीजी देखेंगे, सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट गोल देखेंगे, देयर आर 17 टाइप ऑफ इश्यूज विच आर बीइंग एड्रेस्ड। यूएन ने जो बताया है जो सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट गोल्स में, ये 17 है। livelihood is there, poverty is there, hunger is there, safe drinking water is there, forest conservation is there, environment conservation is there, and so on. So many things are there. अभी ये सब चीज़ें तो आप नहीं सीख पाओगे, इन सब के तो एक्सपर्ट आप नहीं बन पाओगे. बट एज ए वेडिंग मैनेजर यू नीड टू अंडरस्टैंड द सुपरफिशियल इंफॉर्मेशन रिलेटेड टू every sector, every the field in which you are seeing your career, you are focusing your career. Next please. This is just an example. Next please. Need not to discuss this one. So finally, what do you want to be? What do you want to be? If you are seeking a job, being a job seeker, so this is not fair enough from your point of view. If you are thinking like I am a job seeker, I just need a job everywhere in any sector, then this is not fair with yourself, with this institution, even with your parents. You have a very clear understanding that you are seeking a job in this sector, that WH जो मैंने पहले बात कही थी वो पूरा उस सब के साथ में होना चाहिए, then ठीक है. Or job creator, you want to become an entrepreneur, you want to become your own boss, you want to provide jobs, you want to create jobs, you don't want to follow others' orders, but you want to get followed your orders by someone else. In that case you can opt these the entrepreneurship. In that case you will have to understand government policies for enterprise creation. मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ एमएसएमई की वेबसाइट पे जाइए, वहाँ सब मिल जाएगा आपको. इसमें भी वो मदद करती है कि यहाँ से जाके आप इंटरनेशनली अपने प्रोडक्ट्स को बेचेंगे तो आपका जाने का किराया हवाई जहाज का वो देंगे, वहाँ रुकने की आपकी सारा इंतज़ाम वो कर देंगे, वहाँ पे आपको अच्छी जगह पे प्राइम लोकेशन पे स्टॉल एग्जीबिशन के लिए मिल जाए, उसका किराया भी आपको ना देना पड़ा, वो भी आपको दे देंगे. आप कुछ एक्सपोर्ट करना चाहते हैं तो किस कंट्री में आकर एक्सपोर्ट कर सकते हैं, यहाँ से कौन सा प्रोडक्ट आप एक्सपोर्ट करना चाहते हैं किस कंट्री में, सारे डेटा में सब गवर्नमेंट मदद करेगी आपकी. ये आपको पता होना चाहिए. उसमें सब्सिडीज़ हैं, उसमें क्रेडिट्स हैं, उसमें बहुत सारी चीज़ें हैं, यहाँ इतने कम समय में नहीं बताया जा सकता. बट दीज आर द चैलेंजेस बीइंग फेस्ड बाय द इवन एक्सपोर्टर्स, इम्पोर्टर्स. दे आर रिक्रूटिंग मैनेजर्स एवरी ईयर्स, बट द मैनेजर्स दे आर नॉट एबल टू कंट्रीब्यूट इन दैट वे व्हाट दे आर एक्सपेक्टिंग. वो उनको पता नहीं होता है पॉलिसीज़ क्या है. तो ये सब चीज़ें आपने जब भी सोचा WS फाइनल किया, उस फील्ड का ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा नॉलेज आपको, प्रैक्टिकल नॉलेज, थ्योरेटिकल नॉलेज, पॉलिसी रिलेटेड नॉलेज, वो सारा का सारा आपको गेन करना है. सोशल एंटरप्रेन्योर चैरिटी वाला है, लाइक दिस इंस्टीट्यूशन. दिस इंस्टीट्यूशन इज बीइंग ऑपरेशनलाइज्ड फॉर सोशल काज टू मेक youth educated so that they can get good job, good career, or they could be self-employed. A very minimal margin for that, like out of that they are getting so that they can survive for their operational expenses or recurring costs, etc. So this is the approach. Like some hospital charging very minimally, like सेवा सदन इन बेरागढ़ में आप देखेंगे तो इस तरह के बहुत सारे इंस्टीट्यूशंस होते हैं जो बहुत मिनिमल चार्ज करते हैं, लेकिन वो स्टेट ऑफ द आर्ट फैसिलिटीज देते हैं आपको. सो यू कैन बिकम ए सोशल एंटरप्रेन्योर एज वेल, अगर उस तरफ आपका कुछ रुझान है तो. और इंट्राप्रेन्योर, this is the best for if you are seeking a career as a job employed person, then this is the best one. If you become an intrapreneur, then rapid growth is already ensured. Like wherever you got a job, you will work that like this company is my company and the loss of this company is my loss and the profit of this company is my profit, and you work that way. In that case you known as a intrapreneur. This is a new term in this field, in the field of management. So next please. So this is what I wanted to share here while we are discussing about the challenges all in the sectors all across. And in half an hour allotted to me, I hope I justified the subject, but I may not be. So some other times if I get opportunity to interact with you, in that particular occasion I would be able to discuss something else, something more, something in an elaborative way. So if there are some queries, some questions from the faculties, from the budding managers, then I would like to welcome such queries or like questions or like some feedback from your side. Anybody else, please. I would like to welcome queries related to my session. Thank you. Thank you so much. So any queries? Okay. So thank you so much to the management of this BSS IAS for providing opportunity to address you. Thank you for that.
Thank you, sir, for your words of wisdom. We are charmed by your sharp eloquence.
Now I request Father John P.J. to present a token of reference to Mr. Rakesh Singhal, sir.
I request our Registrar Sir, Kuriakos Emmanuel, to give a present of honor to Mr. Rakesh Singhal, sir. I request, sir, to give the present of honor to Ms. Moa Roy Chaudhary, ma'am. I request, sir, to give the token of reverence to Mr. Amit Tyagi, sir. As Frederick W. Smith said, a manager is not a person who can do the work better than his man. He is a person who can get his man to the work better than he can. We are highly honored that Mr. Biju Sebastian is amongst us today, and we are indeed grateful to him for graciously and readily accepted our invitation. Sir, first I am giving you full biodata. I am giving you. After that, you have to come. Okay, sir. Thanks, sir. Sir is working with Somani Ceramics Limited as Vice President in Corporate HR. Prior to Somani, he worked with Punch Lloyd Limited, PVR Limited, Hello Minerals Limited, by Air Asia Limited, and Salora International Limited. With more than 30 years of experience in corporate HR and specialized in transformation management, OD intervention, organization growth, business HR developing unique, PMS, and LND. Sir is expertise in digitalizing HRM, end-to-end, and HR process outsourcing. Worked as a faculty for Delhi University School of Economics, Master of Human Resources and Organization Development course for 6 years, and member in Student Admission Committee and Examination Committee. Also worked as member of faculty in various educational institutes. With such strong and impressive profile, we are delighted to have him here. Sir, we are eagerly looking for your address. Sir, please.
Good afternoon. It's a tough time given to me. So the topic which I have to speak is developing resilient managers. So the time also given to me is such a time, how do it's develop that resilience between the hungry and the actual development of the managers. So I can see a very serious faces. Probably after hearing many from the people eminent like me, you people must be thinking, is it that serious to get into the life of survival? Take life as simple. We need not to be that serious. Whatever we are hearing, these all are knowledge. While hearing, I was wondering if the story of that rabbit and tortoise, everybody studied in our school days. So tortoise become the number first and the rabbit become the number 2. I was thinking, what happened to rabbit? He took all the pleasures of his life. He took a lead, then he slept, enjoyed. So tortoise, poor tortoise, without taking any rest, the entire life, the tortoise walked and won the first. What next? Okay, so take life as simple and serious. Lot many things teach you in the surroundings. Today morning also happened a wonderful learning for me. I thought I'll sleep in the aircraft, but I could not. I booked Ola in the morning. So driver in fact came 10 minutes early, then he started calling me, sir come, sir come, sir come. So I left in time from home and reached the airport. So I was not having, I thought I'll transfer the money through Paytm for his payment. I tried to transfer, but money was not getting transferred. So he said, sir, give me cash. So I was having a 2000 note. I given to him. He said, sir, in the early morning, I don't have, the change. Sir, you give me change. So I was roaming around nearby outside the airport to get the change. I got the change. While I was giving to him, I saw he was doing my performance appraisal. He was doing on his mobile my performance appraisal. I asked him, what are you doing? So he said, sir, give me good rating for me. I said, what are you doing? He said, sir, I have given you a good rating. So driver of Ola has given me a good rating today morning. Now what are the rating he is giving me? Again, I was thinking what all rating he must have given in the car while I was searching for the change. My punctuality. My punctuality, my attitude, my behavior in the car, how I made the payment. These are the actual appraisal which he has done for me. Now you think beyond that. Now, if I am a regular traveler in Ola, he is creating a data about my punctuality. That is available at the world level. It's a data about my punctuality, my attitude, my behavior. Who has done the appraisal? So this is how the world is changing around you. So we need not to look the life as that serious. As somebody said, we should see that, we should observe what is happening around the world. When I see the resilience today in the people, everybody gets stressed. That's what I was thinking while sitting over here. Whether after hearing all these presentations, and though I made my presentations, I'm not showing it to you. Okay, you can collect it from your Jessie ma'am. It's academic basically. You can go through that. Actually, what is that resilience required? All resilience topic emerged after the COVID. COVID taught big lessons to us. All of a sudden, everything emerged. In that process, some people, some organizations, some communities responded well and absorbed and did a good way forward. There are many people, you must have seen that, there are many CEOs and MDs are committing suicide. Is that right? So, it's not in India, it's world over happening because they have lesser resilience. When a child cry, how do you develop that? When a child cry, so mother say that, why are you crying? He must be crying for a small thing. But if mother say, don't cry, it's an emotion developing in the mind of the child. When you are in the life at this stage, you are youngsters. I really liked the institute name which put advanced studies. There is a race going on between the academia and the industry. The people from the skill developments, the people from the NGOs working towards this kind of activity, there is a race going on between academia and the industry and the technology. Whatever you are studying in the institutes become outdated once you are out of the institute. Then it's a different world. The learning starts in different way there. But today you have an advantage, either your WhatsApp University or the Google University is there to get you that knowledge. Today what you need to learn for actually to get a resilient manager, you need to have a life skills learning. When we studied, a lot of case studies we used to do. After studying all case studies, working in an organization, I started thinking why we studied all these case studies for what? In fact, these all case studies become redundant over a period of time. If I have a problem at home, am I studying some other house's problem resolving and solving the problem at my home? No. So it comes within, develop and resolve the issues. Really what you need to learn today, when you are out of this institute, this is a golden opportunity. After this, you will not get this opportunity. You are all postgraduates, getting into straightforward, straightway into a life. You need to learn the life skills. When I reach at my home and I see my parking slot is somebody else is occupied, I get annoyed. Because after working so much of stress in the office, reaching home, there is a problem. You will react. Today, you need to learn that. Yesterday, when we had some vision exercise was going on in office, my senior manager HR called. There is a girl who recently got married 3 months ago. She said, sir, she's getting divorced. She's getting divorced 3 months. Again, the resilience, not able to cope up with the expectations from the various surroundings. So learn to really to develop those kind of life skills once you start your career and life. Life will go smoothly as it is. You have to learn so much of things which you will learn while you are living and going. This post-pandemic, you have seen that how the world acted and reacted. How we all learned new skills with no time. We have learned without everyday shopping. We have learned how to live within the house. So many things we learned. We are making ourselves trained and tuned to that. The way the technology is coming up, I am pretty sure what you are learning will always get eaten away. At one point of time, so many engineers were required in the country. Every nook and corner of the country developed engineering institutes. But today, whatever they learned, all converted into chip by China. Finished. So engineers become excess today. Like that, when you are learning the managers, this management skills are also today converting it into many other technological platforms. You need to learn how to really face those challenges. That's what you need to learn. But again, I'll say, take life simple. You need to live your life. Please don't get stressed looking at so many subjects, so many topics. The recent subject, which is again in HR fraternity, is speaking about great resignations. It's a huge topic now. Today everybody started speaking because some organization in the world consulting company did a research about how many of them are going to be retained in the organization. So it said 75% of the employees will leave the organization whenever they get an opportunity in next 1 or 2 years of time. It's a challenge. So the expectations of the people in the organization is changing because everybody need a different organizational work experience. So these are the changes which is happening around you. Again, how that, the restaurants, one point of time we all go to restaurants and have food. Today, your Zomato or Swiggy made a different direction towards that, isn't it? And restaurants only for home delivery started, different platform. And that driver which I met today morning, I asked him why you were troubled me in the morning. I know that anyhow I'm coming, I told you. He said, sir, I came with a Uber, now I switched over to Ola. How see that driver has learned such a technology wonderfully from switching over from Uber to Ola. He is also free. He is generating the money. In India, around 50% of the human resources is unemployed and not utilized. Those people are getting organized today by various forums. Various forums. At one point of time, to get an electrician at home was very difficult. You call electrician 10 times, he'll say, I am coming, I'm coming. He'll not come. You call for a mason, again same thing. You wanted to get serviced your AC, again same problem. All of a sudden somebody invented urban club. All those unorganized people of, the mason, carpenter, electrician, plumber, all got really organized. So these are the changes happening around you. In your life going, you will see, that is what resilience which you need to learn. Lot of obstacles comes. Lot of challenges come. Don't get stressed. You live as it is. There are ways and means to, overcome all those things. There are theory speaks many things. Again, I'm leaving this presentation over here. Go through the theory. A lot of theories are there. So you live your life simply to face those challenges. Look at your Army, Air Force. Best example of resilience. They face obstacles. Are they stopping? No. Whether it's wet, still they have to perform. Whether it's a chilled weather, they have to perform. Somebody injured, still they have to perform. All adverse situations, they all get prepared to face that challenges. Now today onwards, you are getting out of the institute. You need to prepare for that only. How do I face that challenges in your life when it coming across on your way? During the COVID time, my organization has grown 4%. Everybody said we'll be degrowing 30%. We were all knowing that it's going to be a big challenge. We have not done any pay cut to anybody. Company like we are into building material industry, all constructions were stopped. Nobody was ready to allow a mason inside the house for some renovation. Everything was standstill. So the top team, we said, we were thinking how to really revive the scenario. We are a bit emotional with the people. We are connected to the people. 50-year-old organization. We never ask anybody to leave organization. We don't, do a sacking anybody. So we were really pained. How do we manage the scenario situation? Fortunately, we sent our first lot of our business during the COVID, April 20th, 7 containers to Pune. Even MD was not knowing. There was huge challenges. Police, district magistrate, your district commissioner, everybody was objecting. But we closely worked with them. And we could dispatch that. That was we were the first company send the first lot in tile industry material out from the factory. That was a beginning. People were afraid. People were really afraid how to really move forward. I was thinking, what do I do? How do I give a confidence, being an HR head, how do I give a confidence to the people in the organization to come to workplace, to work? I stay in Delhi. My office is in Noida. I have to cross Delhi to UP border. No place I can cross. I tried my level best to get a pass. The pass was not available. I thought, let me take this challenge because I have to lead. I have to give you confidence. I have to really bring them back to the office to start working. What I did, I have decided I'll cross the border. I've called one of my friend. I asked him to drop me closer to the border. I have not, wearing my attire like a vice president. I just took my attire like a lever. I crossed border. I reached office. I did 7 video calls on that the first day. People were all aware of, given an impression, I am in the office. People could see that. Everybody asked, how come you reached office? That was a start. Thereafter, 20 days continuously, I went alone to the office to build business up. All obstacles surpassed. People started coming to the organization. People were afraid of. Factories started operating. Everybody said we'll degrow 30%. We have grown 4% in the pandemic year. So that was, it's a resilience. How that scenario we tackled. In the first pandemic, in the first COVID, we have not lost even a single person. None of my workers fall sick because of COVID. Workers left to their place. We sent buses to Bihar. We sent buses to Chhattisgarh. We sent buses to Rajasthan. We brought our laborers back. Started business again with a full energy. We back into the same scenario. In fact, we did much better than the pre-COVID and pre-pandemic. So some people have that capability and strength to lead. That is how you can be converted into that leadership learning, and how you can be a leader to drive your own way. That matters. The second year of the pandemic, I lost 9 people in the organization. People were afraid. But from July 1st onwards, we brought everybody to the office, given a confidence. Again, I started going to the office first. So what I mean to say that, fear is the one which really bring in the mind to make a lot of obstacles in your life and career. You have to be fearless. You have to be really fearless to drive the things. Your vision, your dream, your mission should accomplish only if you work fearlessly. So world around you is with challenges. That internet, like Mohammed sir said, the internet is the one thing which brought the world very, very closer. All informations are available across the world with no time. So this, you need to utilize these facilities. In our time, for making a presentation, we were going to library, making notes with OHPs, putting a slide and then presenting. Today everything is available for you on a web. You can easily take out any information, any knowledge, but develop your life skill for to live better for the future. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. Now, our next panelist who is enlightening the gathering with his presence is Mr. Rakesh Singhal, sir. Sir is currently working as training cluster head with Lupin Limited. He has done his academics in biological science. Also, he is an Ken Blanchard International Certified Global Situational Leader Trainer and IFC Certified Professional Coach. Sir have a cross-sectional function experience of sales and training and development functions in the pharma industries of over 26 years. With his stellar profile, I hope Mr. Rakesh Singhal sir will provide us a remarkable perspective to this panel. Sir, please.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. I am exactly encroaching on your lunchtime. Annoyed at me? No, not at all. You should be annoyed at me. But guys, let me promise you one thing. Give me half an hour. And after this half an hour, your lunch will be more tasty. Yeah, resilience, yeah. Sir just talked about resilience. Exactly, sir. Thank you so much. And let me tell you, after half an hour, the lunch will be more tasty, not because of my presentation, but because you'll be hungry for half an hour more. So, how much impact I will be able to make with my few slides, I don't know. That you will only decide. But then, yes. See on the screen, you can see hit the ground running. Now, let us derive this topic together, right? Are you ready with me? Okay, fine. How many MBA students here? Can you raise your hands? Wow. So this side is all MBA. This side is BBA students. Fine. Fantastic. So you're going to do your MBA, you're going to complete your, you're going to do your BBA, you're going to complete your MBA. What next? Can I have the next slide, please? Yeah. What next? One of these three, right? You aspire to get into a corporate job, right? Some of you may have a family business. You may want to get into your family business. Right? And of course, some of you, because I was very fortunate to interact with some of your colleagues, and some of you have that spark of entrepreneurship also in you. Right? But let me tell you, whether you get into a corporate job, or you get into your family business, or you become an entrepreneur, what are going to be your aspirations? Do you relate with this? One more, please. Yeah. Go back, please. Go back, yeah. Yes. So I actually wanted to put a blank side on that side and give you maybe 10-20 seconds to decide what are your aspirations. So I think we let out those things in advance. No issues. So I think you want to develop a successful career. Right? You want growth in your career. And of course, everybody wants to make money. Nothing wrong in that. Right? Now, with these three things in your mind, where are you going to do this? Of course, you have to shift from your campus and you have to enter yourself into a corporate, right? Now can we have the next one, please? Have you heard about this? Anybody who has keyed this on the Google and tried to search more? From campus to corporate. Anybody has done that? You have done that. Very good. So, you know, when you do this from a campus to corporate, typically on the net you will see a lot many of do's and don'ts of corporate life. Right? Do this, don't do this. You must behave like this, you should not behave like this. Lots of do's and don'ts. The net is full of this. It is important, not that it is not important. But then, going through all those things, do's and don'ts, what impression it creates on your mind? Look at the two pictures. Is this the war of going ahead? Somebody said no. No? It's good. It's good. But then tell me one thing. Deadlines and competition, is it not there everywhere? It is there, no? As a student, you have competition. As a student, you have deadlines. You have competition deadlines in your daily life. You have it in sports. You have even siblings compete with each other for attention at home. So therefore, let us take it in our stride. And what is more important at this point is to understand what does this transition is really about. So I think this is the core topic that we are going to discuss today briefly. So if you're able to understand what is this transition all about, I think you will be better prepared for that shift from the campus to the corporate. Yeah. Now, there is a very interesting point, which the most important point from campus to corporate. You pay a fee, isn't it? And when you pay a fee, what happens is your institution works towards presenting you the best of experience, the best of education, and the preparation to face a corporate life or maybe a professional life, right? So that is what what it is. And you are studying at one of the finest institutions. Have you paid attention? Are you mindful of the kind of efforts and the consistent dedication which your faculty has? I'm sure you have, no? You must have seen that. So, what happens when you enter a profession? The role reverses. You start getting paid. So when you start getting paid, what should you be doing? Absolutely. Absolutely. So if you have learned something from your faculty, I think you carry it ahead in your profession. So look at the dedication, look at the effort level. So to make your fee work, your institution works for you. So therefore, to make your company's money work, what should you do? It's the same thing. It's just that the roles have got reversed. So this is the first thing we need to bear in our mind. Okay, now, when you enter a corporate, what happens? Entering a corporate life, right? So on the net, I was referring to the net, when you put from campus to corporate. On the net, you will see a lot of things, do's and don'ts and all those things. So look at this. There is a big shift, Today you are in a campus life. You have a very good life, right? You are enjoying. Everybody's enjoying, right? You are enjoying. You're free. You're free to roam around your campus. You talk to your friends. You enjoy. You have fun. Of course, you study, right? But when you get into a corporate, it's an entirely different ballgame. So a lot of PPTs, lot of stuff on the net, which is going to tell you what is corporate grooming all about, what are workplace etiquettes, okay, how to communicate in the workplace. Fine, it is all very important. But then, what is it? It is basically adapting to the change in your place of work. from campus, from your college, to a office, right? This is basic hygiene. It is important. Definitely it is important. But then, why are you there? Now tell me, look at the two things which you see below. One is what? One is adapting, the other is agility. Which one do you think is more important? Basic hygiene has to be put in place, right? But why are you there? You're there to perform. You're there to do a work. So therefore, you must understand what is this agility all about? What is this performance all about? That is where we will spend a little time. So putting the two things together, look at this. What impacts your performance? See, workplace understanding. Do you understand the workplace that you're associated with? Right? It's very, very important. Do you understand the business that your organization is carrying out? Right? Do you understand the vision and the mission of your organization? The products, the customers, the competition. Do you understand those points? And do you have those requisite skills in you which are required to carry out your basic work? This is what builds your performance. And this is what, agility is a big word, is a buzzword nowadays. But we have to understand what is the meaning of this agility. Okay, any ideas? Anybody would like to contribute? What is the meaning of agility? Anybody? It's a simple English word. What does it mean to be agile? Versatile. Versatile could be a part of agility, yes, but then is versatility enough for agility? Everybody does it, but then what defines agility? You're right, you're absolutely bang on, but then what actually defines, okay, efforts? We'll come to that, okay. Alertness. Okay, I think now you're getting closer. Yes. So see, together, all of you, when you put one word together, you're moving towards the meaning. Let us look at all those components one by one. Fine. So I'll spend a little time on each of these components. So basic hygiene. When you get into an office, you suddenly change. You suddenly have to shift gears, right, on how you dress, how you behave. So very quickly, and I'll not go into the details of these things, first is your dress code is very, very important. Fine. So I think in an institution like BSS, I see that you already are getting used to a dress code. Right? So depends on what type of workplace you are. Depends on what type of business you are associated with. Okay, what type of function you are associated with. Mostly you will see that a business dressing is something which is going to be the norm. But then you could be in a different function. You could be in sales. You could be in marketing, where not exactly this kind of a business dressing may be required. But then what is important is you have to understand what are the norms of your function, what are the norms of your workplace. But one thing remains common. The choice of clothes should be formal. Right? Even if you are wearing a jeans and a t-shirt, it should be, the choice of your colors should be subtle. Okay? The clothes should be well maintained, the clothes should be well ironed, and the way you wear it should be looking good on you. Okay? Be it a business suit, or maybe a trouser and a shirt, or maybe even in a jeans and a t-shirt. Okay, but that is very important. Tie, belt, sock, shoes, these are all the accessories. To be brief with you, ties should be matching with your shirt or in contrast. They can be matching with your trousers. Okay, but subtle colors, dark colors or light colors, but no flamboyant designs. Fine. Belt and shoes are supposed to be of the same. Those are the business formal, settings. And then of course socks. Change your socks daily. I'll share one experience with you, you know. I'm from the pharmaceutical industry, so doctors are our customers. When you go and visit doctors, in many places, it is said that please remove your shoes before you enter. Many premises. I went to one doctor where it was written boldly outside, please do not remove your shoes. I'm sure you understand what might be the reason. And yes, that turned out to be the reason when I asked that doctor that, why are you asking like this? He said, one instances made me write that do not and underline it. Okay, so you know, these are small things, but very important things. Fine. Hair and nail, of course, in a professional setup, your hair should be done up properly, right? If you're a female, I think in a workplace, you should tie your hair in a bun, a neat bun, and not leave it open. Fine. Shaving, yes, either proper shaving or if you, boys, if you want to keep a beard, please maintain it well, right? Jewelry, yes, women will wear jewelry at work, but please ensure it is a subtle jewelry. Okay, no loud designs, okay, and no heavy jewelry to be worn at your workplace. And of course, Dio should not be announcing your arrival and departure everywhere you go. So make an impact, but keep that impact subtle. That is what the norm of a professional journey, right? Then workplace etiquettes. Those of you who are living in a hostel, what do you do? If your friend is living in another room, what do you do? Do you knock? Please may I come in? No way. No way. That's not campus life. Okay, so you simply barge into the room. Fine, but that is not to be done in a workplace. In a workplace, you know, most of the organizations, you're allotted, of course, everywhere you are allotted a workstation. In most of the organizations, there is a concept which is known as clean workstation. Your workstation should not be cluttered. Important documents should not be out. You know, when you leave your workstation in the evening, you're supposed to clean it out, right? Any important any important document which you don't require anymore should be put into the shredder and shredded so that nobody else can have access to those documents. Okay? Do not leave documents on printers unattended. So these are certain, you know, norms which are followed. And of course, if you are going to another person's workplace, you know, look at the last one. Give a personal space to everyone. Right? Everybody in an office, you know, deserves a personal space, and that is what you need to respect. Then there are certain, you know, interpersonal relationship skills like handshakes and smiles. Handshakes should be a firm handshake, not like this or like this, straight, firm handshake, but not a knuckle-grunching handshake. Don't break the bones of your fellow colleagues, right? So firm handshakes, not very fast, and don't hold on to the hand very long. So these are certain, you'll get these guidelines everywhere. Okay, carry a smile. And do you know there is a saying regarding a smile? It is said that a smile is a curve which sets everything straight. So carry that small smile on your face, you know, when you're in a professional setup, and you will see that people will start liking you. Of course, your work has to be good, no doubt. But with good work and a frown on your face always, you will not cut that ice. With a small smile on your face, carrying yourself gently, carrying yourself properly will make an impact. Respect all, yes, very important, you know. At times we tend to get carried away that we are a manager, and the support staff, we don't pay much attention to. But remember, the support staff gets the office going. Do not forget that. They deserve as much of respect as your seniors do. Fine? Mobile usage, slightly different, you know, as compared to campus. the ringtone which you carry, the volume of the ringtone that you use in the office makes a difference. Okay, so pay attention. And of course, meetings. Very, very important. Meetings are not a place where you show your superiority. A meeting room is a place where you collaborate with others. So therefore, the art of listening and the art of speaking gently is something which is very important. Okay? Be a good listener. It is not necessary that in a meeting, if a meeting lasts half an hour, it is not necessary that you have to speak 5 times. You can speak once, but make an impact. The norm of the meeting is, don't speak to make your presence felt. Make speak to contribute. So I think that is what, tells people that yes, you are there in the meeting, rather than, counting on how many times I am speaking. So these are certain workplace etiquettes. Carry yourself well, contribute, respect others, listen more, and speak less. That's the reason why God has given us 2 and 1 mouth. So listen double and speak half. That's the golden rule. And of course, communication is something very important. Your body language. Okay, you may have to tone down your body language when you're in a professional setup. Okay, carry yourself well. Your body can show respectfulness, or your body can show disdain for the other people. Okay, very important. Oral, we have already talked about listening and speaking, and male etiquettes. I'm not going to cover the details of male etiquette right now here, but then the only message to all of you is that when you're writing a professional mail, it should be very crisp. One mail should have only one topic to be covered. The topic should be detailed in the subject line in maybe 5-6 words. Okay, the urgency, the topic should become clear. Okay, use short sentences, crisp to the point, multi-paragraphed. One paragraph should contain one thought. Whenever you are changing a thought, change the paragraph. That's a professional mail etiquettes. Okay, and at the end, the salutation has to be very crisp. Just regards, your name, your mobile number, and your mail ID. That's all. No slogans are required in the signature. Okay, appropriate salutations. So small mails always get read. Mails where the subject line very clearly defines get picked up, because just imagine if you're working, your manager, imagine how many mails your manager would be receiving. Maybe you don't have that idea. Your manager, we have so many seniors sitting with us here. Ask them. So would I be wrong in saying that you must be receiving around 200, 300 mails in a day? All of you must be receiving that 200, 300 mails in a day. So if you receive 200, 300 mails in a day, and not even one thing should get skipped out, how will you behave? How will you pick up the mails? You are going to start that journey now, huh? Slowly climb up to that level. So gradually you will realize that mails which have a very clear subject line, they get picked up first. So why not you start sending those mails right now? Okay, so these are a few hygiene parameters, okay, adapting to a workplace. Now let us come to that topic which we were talking of. Yes. Agility. What is an agile organization? It's a requirement today. More than a fad word, it is a requirement today. So agility, basically, I think from there somebody said very nicely, the speed of response, the appropriateness of the response is what defines the agility of an organization. Fine? So what is an agile organization? An agile organization which is ever evolving. An organization where decisions are made very fast. Okay? It keeps on evolving, it keeps on adapting itself to the needs of the customer. That is what is an agile organization, right? So what are the values, why is it important for a organization? Because there is a reduced turnaround time. Whenever a new project comes, whenever a new decision has to be taken, the time between the inception of the discussion, the beginning of the discussion, and the final action is very short. And what impact does that have? Look at the rest of the points. There is innovation, adaptability that we discussed about, customer satisfaction. So this is every organization today. Maybe 20 years down the line, ago, it was not there. The organizations were more, the business was more organization-centric. But what is happening today? With the economy opening up, with the market opening up, with more and more competition coming, what is becoming more important? The customer satisfaction, okay, is becoming more and more important. Because don't forget, the competitor is breathing down your neck. So if you want to stay ahead of the curve, agility is very, very important, right? Beats competition, better profits, and biggest thing, investor value. So if the investor value goes up, if people perceive your organization as valuable, more investors will come. More investors means more business opportunity. Fine? So therefore, if this is what I talked about, organization. So if you have to fit into this model of agility, you will say, you can say that we are still in college. How does this impact us? देखेंगे जब जाएंगे ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में, कंट्रीब्यूट करेंगे उस टाइम पे. अभी तो कैंपस के अंदर है ना, अभी तो कॉलेज के अंदर हैं. So how does this impact you? See, because of this, because every organization, nowadays agility is very important within the organization. So therefore, when you join a corporate, when you are going to join a corporate, so what is going to be looked at you? No doubt the organization is going to give you training. The organization is going to give you orientation courses and induction courses. 100% yes, but then what is your turnaround time? This is going to be very, very important. That do you take 1 year to learn the tricks of the trade, or you are able to adapt to the organization and start contributing within 6 months of time? This is something very, very important. And any thoughts? Of course, I'll show you the next slide, but then any thoughts? How can you bring this change in yourself? Anybody who would like to contribute here? How will you bring about, how will you reduce your turnaround time so that instead of 1 year, you take maybe 3-4 months to start contributing to your organization? And that is going to be something which is going to keep you ahead of the competition. So there's going to be competition for you also within the organization. Look at this. The day is not far when you are going to have campus interviews and you're going to be picked up by corporates. You may still say that you're in the first year, you are in BBA, you're in the first year, but then 1 year is not a long time. Okay, so if you know what is your area of interest, where are you interested? Fortunately, all of you, you have that clarity in your mind, which we may not be having when we were youngsters. So, but you have that clarity in your mind. If you have clarity in your mind, or at least even a vague clarity in your mind, do you go through that in more details? Do you leave it only on your faculty to do that for you? Only on the course curriculum? So, do you do extra readings in your spare time? Take time out for that. So therefore, go through the website of the corporations that are your dream jobs. Companies, websites are very informative, let me tell you. Okay, go to the websites. Look around. Look at the overview. Look at the nature of the business. Okay, look at what are the key products. And then from there, try to derive at what are the customer profiles. What do you do when you do this? What do you gain out of all this? You start getting an understanding, right, of the business. So because since yesterday, since I talked to a few people, somebody wants to get into banking core banking. There was one person who wants to get into non-core banking, something which we call non-banking finance. Somebody wants to get into marketing. So therefore, do you know which are the top organizations? Do you start tracking them? Do you start following them? Do you have a LinkedIn account? Right? So what do you do on a LinkedIn account? LinkedIn is quite different from Facebook. How do you utilize your LinkedIn? Where are you more active? On Facebook or LinkedIn? Important. So today you may not have much of idea on what to do on LinkedIn. So let me tell you, start following your dream companies on LinkedIn. Okay, there are groups, start following those groups. Okay, so in that company, who are the seniors? Who are the opinion makers? Start following them. Send a request. Don't worry, send a request. Out of 20 requests you send, 5 will accept, but those 5 will be valuable. And let me tell you, industry seniors are always looking at connecting with young blood like you. If you show interest, if you show that learning inclination, they will connect with you. And from their posts, you will learn not many things. You can even ask them a few questions in the chat box, in the message box, and they will 100% guide you. They will reply to you. Okay, so these are the ways you start, reducing your turnaround time. Deep dive into the business. Okay, these are the ways. Deep dive into the business. Government of India has websites, where you can read about that business more, right? Look at the competitor profile. Follow, connect with industry leaders, company seniors, and invest in acquiring skills. Nowadays, you have the possibility of doing additional courses, for example, on Coursera. There are many free courses. There are many MOOCs which are available now. Okay? So like this. So pick up a few courses. Pick up a few courses. Invest in yourself. Invest. So what will happen, when you, number one, it will help you because it gives you more clarity. It will help you in your interview process. Not just that. When you finally land up with a job, and when you enter into the corporate, your induction programs will be more meaningful for you. Your orientation programs will be more, you'll have more confidence, and your turnaround time will be less. And let me tell you guys, today, this is what the industry is looking for. Okay? So start investing in yourself. So that is the most important thing. Don't look at employment. What is the difference between employment and employability? Employment is getting a job. And employability is to prove that I'm worthy of doing this job. I'm fit for this job. Okay, so don't look at employment. Look at employability. This reminds me of, how many of you have seen the movie 3 Idiots? Everybody. I think everybody would have seen. So if you remember, from the movie 3 Idiots, Baba Ranchod Das क्या बोल के गए थे? कामयाबी के पीछे मत भागो, काबिलियत के पीछे भागो. Isn't it? So काबिलियत के पीछे भागोगे तो कामयाबी झक मार के पीछे आएगी. So employability is काबिलियत. Employment is कामयाबी. Right? So focus on your employability factor, and I'm 100% sure you'll do well in your interviews, and even after you get selected, you will start doing well in your corporate jobs, or even if you join your family business or entrepreneurship, right? So, it is said that well begun is half done. Look at this image. In sports, particularly in athletics, where split seconds make the athletes come first and second and drop out of even third. So what is done? They are trained how to begin well. So if they have that skills in them, that they are able to take off to a good start, I think the chances of winning the race are much, much higher. And that is, I told you, that let us derive the meaning of let's hit the ground running. That is the meaning of hit the ground running. When you hit the ground running, you start an activity with a lot of enthusiasm. Why with a lot of enthusiasm? Because you are prepared for it. You already understand that activity, you have the confidence, right? And therefore, you have a lot of enthusiasm. There is no confusion, there is no clutter in your mind. There is confidence and enthusiasm to start that activity, right? So preparation is the key. This is my last slide. I would like to finish with a quote from our, beloved APJ Kalam. What did he say? He said that my message, especially to young people, is to have courage to think differently, courage to invent, to travel the unexplored path, right? Courage to discover the impossible and to conquer the problems and succeed. These are the great qualities that the youth must develop in yourself. So guys, look at this. Because of this, because we know you have the capability and you have the passion to do this, we are in the corporate, we are waiting to welcome the best of you in our workplace, right? All the best, guys. Any questions? Maybe I may request the organizers to give 5 minutes more in case of any questions. No? Right then? Yes, ma'am. Very good. So I think the question which ma'am asked is that in the young people, what are those skills or the qualities which I look at, right? So I'll tell you, there is the biggest thing which I look at and which maybe I facilitate, I will not say I train. When I am on my workplace, I facilitate transforming theory into application. So I think this is the single thing which I work on. Theory anybody can build, but theory never works. And that is, the difference that you're going to perceive when you're going to move from your campus to corporate. Because campus, you learn all the theories, which are important. But then right now, if you start reading about the industry of your choice, you will start understanding what is the practical application of those things. And there lies the key to success. So I think this is the biggest differentiator that is going to work for you. Right? When again from the movie Three Idiots is a very favorite of my movies. I mean, again, people have said, his friends have said about Ranchhod Das, हमने तो पढ़ा, इसने apply किया. Right? Anything else? Thank you for that question. I think that opens up a big learning for all of us. Okay. Any interview mistakes that you may end up doing? Not being yourself. That is the mistake that that will never make you crack an interview. Not being yourself, reading a lot many things, understanding the theory part of it, trying to apply it in the interviews, that is not going to work for you. Be yourself in the interviews. What you have learned from your institute, if you have focused on these things that I have talked about, you will do well in your interviews. And it is not necessary, even if you are the brightest of students here, anywhere, it is not necessary that you will be the best fit for every job. Don't worry. Don't worry. Getting into a job which is you are not best fit for may not be the right thing. So don't worry. I know, this anxiety is there. The moment campus interviews begin and somebody does not get through the first interview, the confidence comes down like this. But don't worry. You know, you will be able to make it if you are preparing for your interviews, if you're preparing for the industry that you want to get into, the function that you want to get into. If you're reading more about it, you're developing yourself, you're gaining the skills by doing these additional courses, you will do well in the interviews. Okay? Thank you for your question. Right, so all the best, guys. All the best. I know there are stars in your eyes. Okay? So your dreams will come true. Work towards catching your dreams. Right? All the best. Bye-bye.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your reflective knowledge with us.
The lunch has been served. May I now invite honorable dignitaries to have lunch. The discipline committee is requested to escort the guests. The students are requested to be seated here.
All the dignitaries are requested to please, sir. Ma'am, lunch. Please settle down. I would like to request Dr. Ketki Kulkarni ma'am to present the token of gratitude to Mr. Kirti Mishra, sir. Now I request ma'am to bestow honor on Mohammad Hanif Mewati, sir. Now I request ma'am to present Mr. Biju Sebastian as emblem of glory for their valuable presence here. Now I request ma'am to present token of reverence to honor Mr. Rakesh Singhal. Okay, so lunch has been served. May I invite honorable dignitaries to have lunch. The discipline committee is requested to escort the guest. Yes, ma'am. Okay. I would like to request all the students to proceed for lunch. The discipline committee is requested to escort the guest. Okay. Listen. Please settle down. Please settle down, students. Please settle down. Please go 25 students first, then after 25. Thank you, sir. From the last, 25 students, please stand up from the last. Discipline committee, please escort the guy. From here also. Good one, sir.
I'm extremely happy because this college has crossed number of milestones in a given short period of 6 months. Admissions were late due to pandemic. We have conducted number of training programs, webinars, publications, and also a conclave like this. I'm particularly happy today to see the overwhelming response from people across India and also the local industrialists. It's a sign of our corporate interface. A management institute needs to somehow be in touch and collaboration with the industries and corporate world. I congratulate today in a special way the organizers from our college, and I'm sure with your presence it has added or enhanced beauty and meaning to this entire 2 days conclave. Thank you once again, and God bless you all.
As an advisor, I should say that the inspection of this Bsss Institute of Advanced Studies is trying to address the emerging issues through its well-defined academic activities to match the expectations of the stakeholders by grooming its students as industry ready. The Institute's proposed activities, which includes teaching, training, research and consulting engine, which will definitely take the Institute at a greater heights. And also, it will be recognized as one of the premier management institutions globally.
Hello everyone, my name is Rosario. I have been appointed as a head librarian. Meet my assistant Lavina Solomon. She helps me out in every sort of my work. Thank you. And let me introduce my library, as my library is fully automated with two systems, RFID system and kiosk system. RFID system, it shows the alert system, and kiosk system, it tells about the checkout and check-in of all the users, whoever is using the library. And in my library, I am having a lot of collections of my books, fiction, non-fiction books, motivational books, and most definitely a courses book for our children for upcoming their studies. And we have an alert system, it's called RFID, because if a child try to do any mischief in the library, it gives a beep sound so that it reflects. If he intensely try to do, it gives them a beep, so it will not repeat again. And let me take you in my library a short glimpse where you can find the books have been sorted out according to the classification of the library, where the books have to be installed and placed in a proper systematic system. So thank you so much. Do visit my library again. Thank you so much.
Hello, welcome to the office of BSSS IAS. I'm Neil Alfred DeRose. I'm the admin officer. I deal with all the administrative affairs related to AICT New Delhi, DTE Madhya Pradesh, AFRC and Barkatullah University Bhopal. Let me introduce my colleagues in the office over here. She is Ms. Jewel Kent. She is the senior executive in the office, and she deals with the HR, curriculum and the students' data. He is Mr. Simon Samuel. He is the office assistant in this institute. He deals with all the central government and state government scholarships and general queries. Here's the account section of our office. He's Mr. Mebin Baby. He's the accounts executive and our institute's scholarship nodal officer. So this is how our office functions at BSSS IAS as a family and as a team.
Hi, I am Johnson. मैं यहाँ पर सिस्टम एडमिनिस्ट्रेटर हूँ और ये मेरा सर्वर रूम है। यहाँ से ही मैं पूरे कॉलेज का आईटी मेंटेनेंस देखता हूँ। हमारे पीछे सर्वर रैक है जहाँ पर यूटीएम लगा है। पूरा इंटरनेट और नेटवर्क कनेक्शन, सीसीटीवी सब यहीं से ऑपरेट होता है। मेरे जस्ट रूम के पैरेलल हमारा कंप्यूटर लैब है, मैं यहाँ से उसको मॉनिटर कर सकता हूँ।
Hello and welcome to the Training and Placement Department of Bsss IES. My name is Arpit Singh and I am the Training Placement and EDP Officer here. When it comes to training and placement, we focus on all the aspects for the exposure of our students, whether in terms of summer internship programs, life projects, or talking about the end of their entire MBA program when it comes to their placements. Apart from that, I even personally take control of the conclaves here as well as the executive development programs.
Hello, myself is Vinish, the program manager for NSDC program here at Bsss IAS. I have with me Mr. Balveer Mehra. He is the network and licensing officer. So we both are together a team for NSDC. So NSDC basically stands for National Skill Development Corporation. It's a skill development program especially established by the Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship. So what does NSDC does? NSDC is a skill platform wherein we train students. We train them based on to their own interests and their own qualifications. And we have trainers, we train the faculties here, and thereby these trainers become the mentors of these students. And eventually, after completion of the course, there is an assessment while they will be associated with sector skill councils. And these sector skill councils give an affiliative certificates to the students. Thereby, we are increasing the employability options of the students. So this is a new venture in Bsss IAS, wherein within the academics, we are also giving them wings for the development of their skill in the upcoming onboard ceremony of the future of 2021 to 2022. Thank you.
John, working with Bsss IAS as Professor and Head of the Department. The major focus area of Bsss IAS is to create managers with a vision. When we talk about vision, we are not just creating managers who are just completing a degree, but we want managers who are industry ready.
I'm Dr. Anindita Banerjee. I work in Bsss IAS as Assistant Professor Economics in the Management Department. We as faculties endeavour here to provide excellent teaching pedagogy to the students so that they are able to improve their skills, academic knowledge and also their working potentials.
Hello, myself Dr. Atul Dubey, working here as a Curriculum and Accreditation Chairperson in Bsss IAS. Practical and applied is always helpful to students to get in it is always helpful for them to take decisions in regard to the benefits of the organizations. We are always doing these things with the help of light projects, field works as well as summer internship programs. And here MBA is available in finance, marketing as well as dual specialization.
Hello, I am Dr. Ketki Kulkarni, Associate Professor in Bsss IAS. I taught quantitative techniques to MBA students and prepare students for the analytics corporate skills in the corporate sectors.
Good morning, all. Let me first introduce myself. I'm Dr. Malay Ghosh. I have been associated with Bsss IS as assistant professor. I've been taking up the subjects like marketing. My specialization is marketing and international business. For MBA students, we are going to give the best pedagogies to the students so that they can able to prepare themselves for corporates. As far as our teaching pedagogy is concerned, we are giving them the real case studies. We are analyzing them with the group activities, and the various clubs are there, which are basically going to give them the motivation.
Hi, I am Dr. Pooja Gupta, faculty at Bsss Institute of Advanced Studies. I have been appointed as a faculty of finance, and I also owe the responsibility of chairperson admissions and institutional brand. In the core of our academics, we believe in experiential learning through life projects, consultancies, and research to be performed in collaboration with the industry and students.
I'm extremely happy because this college has crossed number of milestones in a given short period of 6 months. Admissions were late due to pandemic. We have conducted number of training programs, webinars, publications, and also a conclave like this. I'm particularly happy today to see the overwhelming response from people across India and also the local industrialists. It's a sign of our corporate interface. A management institute needs to somehow be in touch and collaboration with the industries and corporate world. I congratulate today in a special way the organizers from our college, and I'm sure with your presence it has added or enhanced beauty and meaning to this entire 2 days conclave. Thank you once again, and God bless you all.
As an advisor, I should say that the inspection of this Bsss Institute of Advanced Studies is trying to address the emerging issues through its well-defined academic activities to manage the expectations of the stakeholders by grooming its students as industry ready. The Institute's proposed activities, which includes teaching, training, research, management institution globally.
Hello everyone, my name is Rosario. I have been appointed as the head librarian. Meet my assistant Lavina Solomon. She helps me out in every sort of my work. Thank you. And let me introduce my library, as my library is fully automated with two systems, RFID system and kiosk system. RFID system, it shows the alert system, and kiosk system, it tells about the checkout and check-in of all the users, whoever is using the library. And in my library, I am having a lot of collections of my books, fiction, non-fiction books, motivational books, and most definitely a courses book for our children for upcoming their studies. And we have an alert system, it's called RFID, because if a child try to do any mischief in the library, it gives a beep sound so that it reflects. If he intensely try to do, it gives them a beep, so it will not repeat again. And let me take you in my library a short glimpse where you can find the books have been sorted out according to the classification of the library, where the books have to be installed and placed in a proper systematic system. So thank you so much. Do visit my library again. Thank you so much.
Hello, welcome to the office of BSSS IAS. I'm Neil Alfred DeRose. I'm the admin officer. I deal with all the administrative affairs related to AICT New Delhi, DTE Madhya Pradesh, AFRC, and Barkatullah University Bhopal. Let me introduce my colleagues in the office over here. She is Ms. Jewel Kent. She is the senior executive in the office, and she deals with the HR, curriculum, and the students' data. He is Mr. Simon Samuel. He is the office assistant in this institute. He deals with all the central government and state government scholarships and general queries. Here's the account section of our office. He's Mr. Mebin Devi. He's the accounts executive and our institute's scholarship nodal officer. So this is how our office functions at BSSS IAS as a family and as a team.
हाय आई एम जॉनसन. मैं यहाँ पर सिस्टम एडमिनिस्ट्रेटर हूँ और ये मेरा सर्वर रूम है. यहाँ से ही मैं पूरे कॉलेज का आईटी मेंटेनेंस देखता हूँ. हमारे पीछे सर्वर रैक है जहाँ पर यूटीएम लगा है. पूरा इंटरनेट और नेटवर्क कनेक्शन, सीसीटीवी सब यहीं से ऑपरेट होता है. मेरे जस्ट रूम के पैरेलल हमारा कंप्यूटर लैब है. मैं यहाँ से उसको मॉनिटर कर सकता हूँ.
Hello and welcome to the Training and Placement Department of Bsss IAS. My name is Arpit Singh and I am the Training Placement and EDP Officer here. When it comes to training and placement, we focus on all the aspects for the exposure of our students, whether in terms of summer internship programs, life projects, or talking about the end of their entire MBA program when it comes to their placements. Apart from that, I even personally take control of the conclaves here as well as the executive development programs.
Hello, myself is Vinish, the program manager for NSDC program here at BSSS IAS. I have with me Mr. Balveer Mehra. He is the network and licensing officer. So we both are together a team for NSDC. So NSDC basically stands for National Skill Development Corporation. It's a skill development program especially established by the Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship. So what does NSDC does? NSDC is a skill platform wherein we train students. We train them based on to their own interests and their own qualifications. And we have trainers, we train the faculties here, and thereby these trainers become the mentors of these students. And eventually, after completion of the course, there is an assessment while they will be associated with sector skill councils. And these sector skill councils give an affiliative certificates to the students. Thereby, we are increasing the employability options of the students. So this is a new venture in BSSS IAS, wherein within the academics we are also giving them wings for the development of their skill in the upcoming on-board ceremony of the future of 2021 to 2022. Thank you.
John, working with BSS IAS as Professor and Head of the Department. The major focus area of BSS IAS is to create managers with a vision. When we talk about vision, we are not just creating managers who are just completing a degree, but we want managers who are industry ready.
I'm Dr. Anindita Banerjee. I work in BSSS IAS as Assistant Professor Economics in the Management Department. We as faculties endeavour here to provide excellent teaching pedagogy to the students so that they are able to improve their skills, academic knowledge and also their working potentials.
Hello, myself Dr. Atul Dubey, working here as a Curriculum and Accreditation Chairperson in BSS IAS. Practical and applied skills are always helpful to students to get in. It is always helpful for them to take decisions in regard to the benefits of the organizations. We are always doing these things with the help of live projects, field works, as well as summer internship programs. And here, MBA is available in finance, marketing, as well as dual specialization.
Hello, I am Dr. Ketki Kulkarni, Associate Professor in BSSS IAS. I taught quantitative techniques to MBA students and prepare students for the analytics corporate skills in the corporate sectors.
Good morning all. Let me first introduce myself. I am Dr. Malay Ghosh. I have been associated with BSS IAS as Assistant Professor. I've been taking up the subjects like marketing. My specialization is marketing and international business. For MBA students, we are going to give the best pedagogies to the students so that they can able to prepare themselves for corporates. As far as our teaching pedagogy is concerned, we are giving them the real case studies. We are analyzing them with the group activities, and the various clubs are there, which are basically going to give them the motivation.
Hi, I am Dr. Pooja Gupta, faculty at Bsss Institute of Advanced Studies. I have been appointed as a faculty of finance, and I also owe the responsibility of chairperson admissions and institutional branding. In the core of our academics, we believe in experiential learning through life projects, consultancies, and research to be performed in collaboration with the industry and students.
I'm extremely happy because this college has crossed number of milestones in a given short period of 6 months. Admissions were late due to pandemic. We have conducted number of training programs, webinars, publications, and also a conclave like this. I'm particularly happy today to see the overwhelming response from people across India and also the local industrialists. It's a sign of our corporate interface. A management institute needs to somehow be in touch in collaboration with the industries and corporate world. I congratulate today in a special way the organizers from our college, and I'm sure with your presence it has added or enhanced beauty and meaning to this entire 2 days conclave. Thank you once again, and God bless you all.
As an advisor, I should say that the inspection of this Bsss Institute of Advanced Studies is trying to address the emerging issues through its well-defined academic activities to manage the expectations of the stakeholders by grooming its students as industry ready. The Institute's proposed activities, which includes teaching, training, research and consulting, which will definitely take the Institute at a greater heights. And also, it will be recognized as one of the premier management institutions globally.
Hello everyone, my name is Rosario. I have been appointed as a head librarian. Meet my assistant Lavina Solomon. She helps me out in every sort of my work. Thank you. And let me introduce my library, as my library is fully automated with two systems, RFID system and kiosk system. RFID system, it shows the alert system, and kiosk system, it tells about the checkout and check-in of all the users, whoever is using the library. And in my library, I am having a lot of collections of my books. fiction, non-fiction books, motivational books, and most definitely our courses book for our children for upcoming their studies. And we have an alert system, it's called RFID, because if a child try to do any mischief in the library, it gives a beep sound so that it reflects. If he intensely try to do, it gives them a beep, so it will not repeat again. And let me take you in my library a short glimpse where you can find the books have been sorted out according to the classification of the library, where the books have to be installed and placed in a proper systematic system. So thank you so much. Do visit my library again. Thank you so much.
Hello, welcome to the office of Bsss IAS. I'm Neil Alfred DeRose. I'm the admin officer. I deal with all the administrative affairs related to AICT New Delhi, DTE Madhya Pradesh, AFRC, and Barkatullah University Bhopal. Let me introduce my colleagues in the office over here. She is Ms. Jewel Kent. She is the senior executive in the office, and she deals with the HR, curriculum, and the students' data. He is Mr. Simon Samuel. He is the office assistant in this institute. He deals with all the central government and state government scholarships and general queries. Here's the account section of our office. He is Mr. Mebin Devi. He is the accounts executive and our institute's scholarship nodal officer. So this is how our office functions at BSSS IAS as a family and as a team.
हाय आई एम जॉनसन. मैं यहाँ पर सिस्टम एडमिनिस्ट्रेटर हूँ और ये मेरा सर्वर रूम है. यहाँ से ही मैं पूरे कॉलेज का आईटी मेंटेनेंस देखता हूँ. हमारे पीछे सर्वर रैक है जहाँ पर यूटीएम लगा है. पूरा इंटरनेट और नेटवर्क कनेक्शन, सीसीटीवी सब यहीं से ऑपरेट होता है. मेरे जस्ट रूम के पैरेलल हमारा कंप्यूटर लैब है. मैं यहाँ से उसको मॉनिटर कर सकता हूँ.
Hello and welcome to the Training and Placement Department of Bsss IAS. My name is Arpit Singh and I am the Training Placement and EDP Officer here. When it comes to training and placement, we focus on all the aspects for the exposure of our students, whether in terms of summer internship programs, life projects, or talking about the end of their entire MBA program when it comes to their placements. Apart from that, I even personally take control of the conclaves here as well as the executive development programs.
Hello, myself is Vinish, the program manager for NSDC program here at BSSS IAS. I have with me Mr. Balveer Mehra. He is the network and licensing officer. So we both are together a team for NSDC. So NSDC basically stands for National Skill Development Corporation. It's a skill development program especially established by the Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship. So what does NSDC does? NSDC is a skill platform wherein we train students. We train them based on to their own interests and their own qualifications. And we have trainers. We train the faculties here, and thereby these trainers become the mentors of these students. And eventually, after completion of the course, there is an assessment, while they will be associated with sector skill councils. And these sector skill councils give an affiliative certificates to the students. Thereby, we are increasing the employability options of the students. So this is a new venture in BSSS IAS, wherein within the academics, we are also giving them wings for the development of their skill in the upcoming on-board ceremony of the future of 2021 to 2022. Thank you.
Jessie John, working with BSS IAS as Professor and Head of the department. The major focus area of BSS IAS is to create managers with a vision. When we talk about vision, we are not just creating managers who are just completing a degree, but we want managers who are industry ready.
I'm Dr. Anindita Banerjee. I work in Bsss IAS as Assistant Professor Economics in the Management Department. We as faculties endeavour here to provide excellent teaching pedagogy to the students so that they are able to improve their skills, academic knowledge and also their working potentials.
Hello, myself Dr. Atul Dubey, working here as a Curriculum and Accreditation Chairperson in BSS IAS. Practical and applied skills are always helpful to students to get in. It is always helpful for them to take decisions in regard to the benefits of the organizations. We are always doing these things with the help of live projects, field works, as well as summer internship programs. And here, MBA is available in finance, marketing, as well as dual specialization.
Hello, I am Dr. Ketki Kulkarni, Associate Professor in BSSS IS. I taught quantitative techniques to MBA students and prepare students for the analytics corporate skills in the corporate sectors.
Good morning all. Let me first introduce myself. I am Dr. Malay Ghosh. I have been associated with BSS IS as Assistant Professor. I have been taking up the subjects like marketing. My specialization is marketing and international business. For MBA students, we are going to give the best pedagogies to the students so that they can able to prepare themselves for corporates. As far as our teaching pedagogy is concerned, we are giving them the real case studies. We are analyzing them with the group activities and the various clubs are there which are basically going to give them the motivation.
Hi, I am Dr. Pooja Gupta, faculty at BSS Institute of Advanced Studies. I have been appointed as a faculty of finance and I also owe the responsibility of Chairperson Admissions and Institutional Branding. In the core of our academics, we believe in experiential learning through life projects, consultancies and research to be performed in collaboration with the industry and students.
I'm extremely happy because this college has crossed number of milestones in a given short period of 6 months. Admissions were late due to pandemic. We have conducted number of training programs, webinars, publications, and also a conclave like this. I'm particularly happy today to see the overwhelming response from people across India and also the local industrialists. It's a sign of our corporate interface. A management institute needs to somehow be in touch in collaboration with the industries and corporate world. I congratulate today in a special way the organizers from our college, and I'm sure with your presence it has added or enhanced beauty and meaning to this entire 2 days conclave. Thank you once again, and God bless you all.
As an advisor, I should say that the inspection of this Bsss Institute of Advanced Studies is trying to address the emerging issues through its well-defined academic activities to manage the expectations of the stakeholders by grooming its students as industry ready. The Institute's proposed activities, which includes teaching, training, research and consulting engineering, which will definitely take the Institute at a greater heights. And also, it will be recognized as one of the premier management institutions globally.
Hello everyone, my name is Rosario. I have been appointed as a head librarian. Meet my assistant Lavina Solomon. She helps me out in every sort of my work. Thank you. And let me introduce my library, as my library is fully automated with two systems, RFID system and kiosk system. RFID system, it shows the alert system, and kiosk system, it tells about the checkout and check-in of all the users, whoever is using the library. And in my library, I am having a lot of collections of my books, fiction, non-fiction books, motivational books, and most definitely a courses book for our children for upcoming their studies. And we have an alert system, it's called RFID, because if a child try to do any mischief in the library, it gives a beep sound so that it reflects. If he intensely try to do, it gives them a beep, so it will not repeat again. And let me take you in my library a short glimpse where you can find the books have been sorted out according to the classification of the library, where the books have to be installed and placed in a proper systematic system. So thank you so much. Do visit my library again. Thank you so much.
Hello, welcome to the office of BSSS IAS. I'm Neil Alfred DeRose. I'm the admin officer. I deal with all the administrative affairs related to AICT New Delhi, DTE Madhya Pradesh, AFRC and Barkatullah University Bhopal. Let me introduce my colleagues in the office over here. She is Ms. Jewel Kent. She is the senior executive in the office, and she deals with the HR, curriculum and the students' data. He is Mr. Simon Samuel. He is the office assistant in this institute. He deals with all the central government and state government scholarships and general queries. Here's the account section of our office. He's Mr. Mebin Baby. He's the accounts executive and our institute's scholarship nodal officer. So this is how our office functions at BSSS IAS as a family and as a team.
Hi, I am Johnson. मैं यहाँ पर सिस्टम एडमिनिस्ट्रेटर हूँ और ये मेरा सर्वर रूम है। यहाँ से ही मैं पूरे कॉलेज का आईटी मेंटेनेंस देखता हूँ। हमारे पीछे सर्वर रैक है जहाँ पर यूटीएम लगा है। पूरा इंटरनेट और नेटवर्क कनेक्शन, सीसीटीवी सब यहीं से ऑपरेट होता है। मेरे जस्ट रूम के पैरेलल हमारा कंप्यूटर लैब है। मैं यहाँ से उसको मॉनिटर कर सकता हूँ।
Hello and welcome to the Training and Placement Department of Bsss IAS. My name is Arpit Singh and I am the Training Placement and EDP Officer here. When it comes to training and placement, we focus on all the aspects for the exposure of our students, whether in terms of summer internship programs, life projects, or talking about the end of their entire MBA program when it comes to their placements. Apart from that, I even personally take control of the conclaves here as well as the executive development programs.
Hello, myself is Vinish, the program manager for NSDC program here at BSSS IAS. I have with me Mr. Balveer Mehra. He is the network and licensing officer. So we both are together a team for NSDC. So NSDC basically stands for National Skill Development Corporation. It's a skill development program especially established by the Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship. So what does NSDC does? NSDC is a skill platform wherein we train students. We train them based on to their own interests and their own qualifications. And we have trainers. We train the faculties here, and thereby these trainers become the mentors of these students. And eventually, after completion of the course, there is an assessment, while they will be associated with sector skill councils, and these sector skill councils give an affiliative certificates to the students. Thereby, we are increasing the employability options of the students. So this is a new venture in BSSS IAS, wherein within the academics, we are also giving them wings for the development of their skill in the upcoming on-board ceremony of the future of 2021 to 2022. Thank you.
Has held several leadership roles in progressive organizations like Ashok Leland, Mahindra and Mahindra Limited, JCB India Limited, and is currently working as head HR, IR, and admin for VECV Commercial Vehicles Limited, a joint venture between Volvo Group and Eicher Motor Limited, for their most ambitious greenfield project at Bhopal. He has rich and diverse experience in areas such as strategic HR, talent management, industrial relations, business HR, and parallelly handling a diverse spectrum of statutory, compliance, and journal administration. With this stellar profile, I hope Mr. Amit Tyagi sir will provide us a remarkable perspective to this panel. Sir, please.
Good afternoon. First of all, I would like to thank management of this institute to call me again amongst this Augustus population of young blood and young trainees of management. If you can just be peaceful and listen to what I'm saying, it would be a great honor. If you can just settle down and listen to me, I will not take more than 10 minutes, not to worry on that. And I hope most of you are already known to me. So because of the COVID protocol, I'm not. Okay. Thank you. Look, we need to be very serious on the COVID protocols also. In my organization, we are taking it up very seriously, and because of that only, till date, we have no major casualties in our plant. We are operating with more than 1,000 population, and there is no casualty due to COVID. So I would request you people also try to follow SMS, okay, SMS policy, which is social distancing, masking, and sanitization. So coming back to my topic today, topic for the day is challenge faced by organizations across sections in the new age economy. So let's start the discussion by understanding ingredients of the economic growth. What are the ingredients? Can anybody would like to tell me what are the ingredients of the economy? Make it an interactive session here. The people who have already known me, who are familiarized with me, they know. Like the energy which you will give to me, I will give back with exponential of that. Okay? So you need need to be interactive when you are in discussion with me. So anyone who can tell me what are the ingredients of the economy? You can just raise hand, I will give opportunity to that person. Please, please. I am saying ingredients of the economy which forms base of the economy. So let me make it fast because time is also less. I am allotted only 10 to 15 minutes. So there are three main ingredients of the economy. First is productivity, and as you people are management students, please listen to it attentively. What is the first ingredient? Productivity. Second is capital. Third, labor. So these are the three ingredients which can decide the fate of a nation's, or for per se like the fate of the globe, this entire world. So let's discuss it one to one. So what is the biggest driver today which is making changes in this ingredients which are impacting the performance, the overall performance of these ingredients? What is that? Anyone want to make a hit? Which is the most important driver right now which is propelling this, which is impacting the performance of all these three ingredients? Corona. Corona is something which has just came and it can last for some another years, but that is not something which will remain permanent. Not to worry, I will help you out. So answer is technology. Technology is the thing which is creating the most disruption today in the world. You must be hearing words like Industry 4.0, digital transformation, 4.0 globalization. So all these three words are impacting the economy right now. Okay? So let us come to productivity, how technology is impacting productivity. So firms at the technological frontier who have advanced technologies are reaping the most gains, are reaping the most profits. And as business students we know, like it is all about profits. If we are in business and if we are not an NGO, why we are in business? For profit. So this has been observed these days that the technological companies like who are advanced in technologies, they are the ones who are reaping the most profits in the business, and they are having a monopoly type of situation right now. So this is impacting productivity on a very large scale right now. Dominant firms have acquired more market power, market structures, and have become less competitive, and business dynamism has declined because of the technological advancement. And what has happened? The productivity widely among the globe has become weak because only few companies have technological power. If you will see near your surroundings, you will not see like these small scale businessmen, they have those technologies in their hand. Advanced technology is with whom? Is with the people who are having lot of surplus manpower, surplus wealth. So they are also having lot of control on the technologies. What is happening to capital front? Investment has become weak in most of the major economies of the world. The persistent weakness of investment despite historically low interest rates has become a concern these days. You must be seeing offers of banks that they are trying to give you lowest of the interest rates which you have never heard of. Earlier in my days when I used to try out for buying a home, what was the interest rate? It was around 9%, 10%. And these days, what is happening? Banks are offering 6%, 6.5. But then also they are not getting the buyers for that. So that is also a big concern which is happening. on economic front. Now what is happening to labor? Anyone from you? Because in my last interaction I have seen there were people who are interested to take HR. So what is happening to labor front? Yes, please. They are They are firing. They are firing the laborers. So why it is happening? Due to the advancement of technology. So what is happening? You are coming very near to it. What is happening? What is technology doing to labor? How technology is impacting the labor?
Unemployment occurs.
So she is already giving the answer. Now just wait. Yeah, please continue.
And the thing that is happening right now is AI, that is artificial intelligence, is able to cover the most of the labor works. So for the basic labor work that the computer is now able to do, so that laborers are losing their jobs.
So is it a sorry state now? As a HR manager, are you worried? Yes or no?
No, sir. It's like upskilling is on the trend nowadays.
Very good. Just sit down. So as rightly put up by this girl, what is happening is earlier, because of the labor intensive manufacturing or productivity, we were counting on more hands. But now what is the shift? Now shift is moving from hand to brain. So now it does not mean that world will come to an end and people will become jobless. There is only a shift with we have to maintain our pace. What is that? We need to upskill, as she was rightly mentioning it out. Earlier we were focusing on low skills, low end skills, carpentry, masonry and all those things. Okay? Now we are focusing on medium and high level skills. What are those? As she was pointing it out, artificial intelligence. So what is needed? Need of the hour is we need sophisticated analytical, technical and managerial skills. Am I right? Are you people getting bored or what? Or after lunch you are facing some low energy? You need to be interactive here if you want to have an interactive session with me. On supply side, however, what is happening? We don't have those type of skills with the major population of the labor which is ready to use. It is not that we don't have that labor, but it is on a very low quantity comparing the low end skills. Because it is not fault of the humanity. It is something which has come abruptly. And this is what is called disruption. So this is the phase in which you people are sitting right now. The phase is like, this phase is of disruption. You must be hearing VUCA world and all. We were listening it from last 5 years, 7 years. This term was becoming very popular, VUCA world. But now, right now, what is happening? We are experiencing all this. VUCA is happening right now. Disruption is happening right now. So what should we do now? Should we become pessimistic? Should we leave our jobs? Pray to God, come and help us. Oh Krishna, come. Oh Jesus, come. We should get outside from the MB Institute. Why to waste money on management when world is of AI? Is it? So what is the next thing? So I will give you some 4, 5, 6 things which I can think of, and this is not the end list. This is only something which I have explored because I need to come to this session and I need to discuss it with you people. But believe me, there are n number of things which will arise, which will come because of this disruption. You must have heard about Samudra Manthan. So when Samudra Manthan happened, new things always come. So that is exactly what is happening right now. Disruption is happening and new things will come. So what are those things? I will come to it. And as Indians, we should never worry. Why? Because India has the most competitive advantage which India as a nation has ever witnessed in the entire history of India. When I am saying it with lot of conviction. Why India has the most competitive advantage? Because India is the country which has the highest number of young people, young talent, and not only average young people. We have those young people who are master in technology, who are tech savvy. We are the nation who is using the most number of mobiles, who has the most number of internet users. So India has an inborn advantage. And we are the youngest. Most of the economies, whether it is US or it is Japan or it is Germany, their population is on oldies. And we are the youngest population. So down the line, 15 to 20 years is of India. Only thing is we need to maintain the pace and we need to skill us accordingly as per the needs of the hour. We should not read those subjects which are not in the demand right now. So coming to those fields which I have think of. What are those new emerging fields or as we call sunrise sectors of growth? What are those sectors? So coming from an automobile background, the first thing which clicks to my mind is what? Mobility. Mobility is causing the biggest disruption today. How? I will just come to you on this. Look, in the USA, what is happening? In 1,000 population, 900 cars are available. In Europe, the numbers are 800. What is the number in India? 20 cars per 1,000. So this is something which we should explore. This is the area. This presents us a unique opportunity. This low share of vehicles per capita can be turned into opportunity because there is large opportunity available. When America can use 900 cars on 1,000 population, Europe can use 800 cars on a population. We are only using 20 cars on 1,000. We have a huge demand available with us. And this can be turned into an opportunity to create an affordable, accessible and clean mobility ecosystem in India. Two-wheeler segment that constitutes 70% of Indian vehicles. And India has a massive opportunity to become the leader and the lowest cost manufacturer in the segment of electric scooters, electric three-wheelers, electric four-wheelers. So this is one of the field which is emerging very fast. Just next to this, there is a field of, in the mobility sector only, there is a demand of long distance transportation. The industry from where I am coming, heavy commercial vehicles. And what is the new buzz of that technology? Green hydrogen. How many you have heard of green hydrogen? You too. Would you like to share something on green hydrogen? So green hydrogen is the next fuel for long distance transportation. And with this, there is a second segment. What is that? Renewable energy sector. Renewable energy sector for hydrogen, for solar. So this is another industry which can boom, which we can always leverage on. And because of the land availability in India and because of the availability of sun, because in Europe, the conditions are different. The climatic conditions are entirely different. promising field which is emerging. Then another is advanced cell chemistry. This is also a field which has lots of opportunity available. And Indians, like Indian minds, we have lot of minds, first of all, and then science students, the capability of science. India has lots of science students. So that is also one of the field which is coming and which our students can work upon. And as rightly told by that girl, AI, artificial intelligence, that is the biggest segment which has already shown its path, which already we are experiencing right now. Today, believe me, 8 out of the 10 top companies are who? 8 out of the 10 top companies are those companies which are into technology, digital technology, which are into digital transformation. So, we need lot of artificial intelligence specialists, data scientists. And as Indians are very good in maths, very good in statistics, very good in arithmetics because of our education system, we can lead this. We can show part to the world. Because future 10 years, 15 years from today belongs to data analyst, to artificial specialist, artificial intelligence specialist. The other field which is emerging is the fifth area of transformation is fifth generation mobile networks. Fifth generation mobile network technology, 5G. You people have heard about 5G? So right now what we are using 4G, and 5G has already started in the market. So 5G is also one of the most promising technology which we can bank on. What will happen? This will radically transform the world of communication, mobile technology and flow of data. The last but not the least area which I can think of is what? Genomics. How many of you have heard genomics? What is genomics? No science student here? A student with science background, how many of you are from science background? No one? Okay, so let me explain you what is genomics. Genomics aims to understand the structure of the genome, including mapping of genes and sequencing the DNA. Our human body is made up of what? Genes and DNA. So genomics is the study of DNA. What will happen? Genomics can transform the way public health is delivered in India. Okay? So most of the problems related to health can be eradicated by study of genomics. So this is also one of the fields which India can always look upon and which we are still leading, and we can, like in future also we can lead in these fields. Adding to all this, you must have heard about the government support. So today, after 1991, already globalization has entered in India. And today also government is working very aggressively. And what they are doing is they are supporting by production linked schemes, by creating special economic zones, by reforms, making reforms in labor laws. You must have HR people, you must be aware that very shortly they will come with the labor reforms in labor laws. Already they have introduced GST, which has make lot of ease in business transactions. Corporate tax rationalization, this is also one of the field in which government is supporting us. Overall ease of doing. Earlier, when a businessman has to start a business in India, it was like cracking a stone, so difficult. But today, if you just show your intention to start a business, government is ready, financial institutions are ready to support you. Okay? So these are the things which will flip our nation's growth. And the most important is, as Mr. Rakesh Singhal was also pointing it out, we need more of entrepreneurs. Don't restrict yourself after studying management to go for a 8 to 5 job. Try out your hands, try out your startups, try to become more and more as an entrepreneur, because nation needs more entrepreneurs. India, if we talk today, we don't have that jobs that we can cater to the entire mass. So what is the need of the hour? We need entrepreneurs. You should come out with your own startups, and government is ready to fund you out. Even there are a lot of ties between corporates and universities. Universities are creating their own cells, their own startup cell within their campus, and they are having their own funds plus corporate funds plus government funds. So it is very good that you have already started on a very right path. You have chosen a management course, but try to get those skills which are relevant to disruption, to handle this disruption, and try to take all those advantages which I have mentioned, and try to focus on the sectors which I tried to share with you. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, sir, for sharing your reflective knowledge with us. Now I'd like to call Ketki ma'am to present a token of gratitude to Mr. Amit Tyagi, sir.
Right from antiquity, collaborative discussions and constructive debates have remained the cornerstone of human understandings. From this fundamental necessity comes to this endeavor of ours.
Good job.
Right from the antiquity, collaborative discussions and constructive debates have remained the cornerstone of human understandings. From this fundamental necessity comes to this endeavor of ours.
This gathering seeks to bring together some of the brightest minds of the corporate world to ideate and explore new avenues in the world of human resource management. Today's meet is a claronic call to deep dive into the new reality of human resource management and promises to leave the audience with a great deal of learnings.
Indeed, it's a brilliant opportunity for the aspiring business managers seated here to learn from some of the most accomplished corporate leaders having astute sense of human relations. Before beginning with the panel discussion, let me make you all familiar with the theme of the track, which is developing resilient managers as brands. Resilient leaders are some of the greatest leaders identified by their ability to preserve through the tough times and maintain energy levels under pressure. Resilient leadership helps people manage disruptive changes in the organization and adapt to challenges.
Today we have among us honorable dignitaries Mr. Avilash Dwivedi sir, Mr. Arun Shukla sir, and Ms. Mahua Roy Chaudhary ma'am. I'm extremely privileged that today we have Mr. Avilash Dwivedi sir amongst us through online. He is a General Manager CSR, Mahindra and Mahindra Limited. As a passionate CSR and sustainable professional, Mr. Avilash Dwivedi leads the CSR functions of Mahindra Limited. He is a certified social accountability auditor and practitioner on international sustainability standards, including IFSC performance standards and GRI frameworks. His vast experience includes grassroots level management, research, grant making, partnership, and stakeholder engagement across civil societies and global cooperation in mining, metal, power, and construction sector. Being an ex-gentleman cadet of Indian Military Academy, Dehradun, Sir actively engages in mentoring young talent for fostering leadership qualities in his personal capacity. Sir, your presence is a moral boost for us. We are waiting with full of excitement to your motivational words.
train, it's not just as a manager, but even as a student, you would come across similar kind of situations. Lot of assignments coming down, one not yet completed, three more in the line, strict deadlines. I'm sure you all of you have gone through that. And at the same time, sometimes, God forbid, health not keeping well. Those are the situations where you are really tested on your resilience. Right from the time when you realize what you need to do, the word resilience comes into each one's life. It doesn't wait till you enter into a corporate world or a workplace to realize that. So, what do we see and what do we look at as a young manager when you transition from your academic world into the real world? Academic world obviously prepares you. It's the foundation which prepares you to face the world. But at the same time, how do you look at these things from a perspective of what great thought leaders have told? And what do I have felt in course of my journey so far? Self-awareness, understanding yourself is the key. If you know yourself well, you know your strengths, you know your weaknesses, you know what are the opportunities within you and how to overcome them. That's the basic thing which you can start off in order to move in that trajectory. Secondly, acceptance of reality. You have to be there to understand that yes, there will be certain things which will come your way, which you may or may not like, and it may come on your face and show you a kind of a mirror which you won't want to see at all or believe at all. It may be mostly a kind of blind spot about which you may not be aware in terms of your abilities. Accepting that, believing in that, and staunchly working towards that is one more critical. Challenge your comfort zone. I've seen young managers when they get into the initial organization, they start working on a particular aspect of the work, and slowly, slowly you start building your competencies in and around that, moving further, and your beliefs, your notions revolve all around that. And the moment you are asked to get into a different kind of a role or a different kind of an opportunity about which you haven't ever looked at, there comes a chance where you say that you may feel that this is not something which I would like to do. So somewhere there are some things which is nice to do, and somewhere there are certain things which are need to do for an organization. So aligning yourself and definitely moving out of your comfort zone is very, very important. Passion and compassion. You may be individually working with no reportees, or you may be working with various team members, or tomorrow you grow up to have team whom you have to lead. Passion for your work, leading from the front, and showing compassion is very, very important. My friends, let me tell you, there are two kind of bosses. One, whom the team feels shoot at point blank range. The second being for whom the team feels to die for. This particular thing will take you places and will make you feel proud of your team as much as your team will feel proud of you. Solve and improvise. As I said in the beginning, this is the word of VUCA, volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous. You have to keep solving and keep improvising. Any solution which has worked in the past may or may not work now. So you need to completely keep moving, reinventing, and seeing things that how they have worked in the past, they may not work the same way. And that's where I would recommend two books for all of you. One by Michael Watkins, The First 90 Days, as you move out of your institution and into organizations. Just go through this. It helps you prepare yourself more. And in your journey of being a resilient manager, this could be one of the things which I would strongly recommend. And secondly, 5 years, 10 years down the line, when you think you really blossomed into being a very good manager and things you have been doing, and then you want to take a leap into the or shift your orbit. This is where this one more book by Marshall Goldsmith. What got you here won't get you there. You might have done something in the beginning of the first 5 years, 10 years of your career, but you might have really been doing great things. But were you lucky, or we really have proven yourself? That happens when you start looking at this, that what got you if you have wanted there. Now I will have a question. Do brands make managers or vice versa? And I'm putting in few brands in front of you. We'll be happy to have few people sharing their views on this. In case there's a chat box and people can write something on the chat box, it's fine. Or anybody wants to say something, answer to this question. Do brands make managers or vice versa? Anyone? Or maybe you can pass on the question to the master of ceremonies, and if the master of ceremonies can give an answer to anyone making a comment on this particular topic. Do brands make managers or vice versa? The word silence is golden, but it don't work as gold. Anyway, if brands make managers, then or vice versa, whichever one you want to answer, then my next question will be, if so, then why things go out of business? A very famous brand in my childhood days, Barracks, almost went out of business. Orkut, many of you might have heard about this. Enron came into India, one of the biggest businesses of America on energy and various other fronts. And most intriguingly, if you look at this list, I understand the font size is pretty small for anyone to make out, but if you look at the slide, basically what it tells is that in 1988, the Fortune 500 list of top 30 companies and 2007 Fortune 500 list of top 30 companies. General Motors was on top, slides to 8. Revenues grow by half. When Walmart picks up, goes almost 4 times what General Motors was then. Many of the companies are out of the list. Some of them are out of business. Everybody had best managers. Everybody was a great brand by itself. Then how did things didn't work for them in terms of numbers, in terms of what they achieved, and in terms of sustaining their brands, if we look at. So whether a brand makes a manager or a manager makes a brand, it's debatable. But the point is, as I said in the very beginning, if we are self-aware, we know how things are going to come and we are prepared, we are ready to come out of our comfort zone, it makes sense. Kodak made the digital camera in terms of inventing it, but they didn't get into this business and they kept moving their color films business. And others started picking up digital camera business. One live example of how they work on the invention which they themselves made. Can anybody say who this person is? May I request the MC at least to give the names if we have some answers? Can anyone?
Yes, anyone know this person? Anyone can answer? What?
Is there a way people can respond?
Sir, her name is Sudha Murthy.
Wonderful. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Sudha Murthy. While some of you may know, all of you may know, but I have to narrate a story about Sudha Murthy. There was an ad in job advertisement in Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore. And the job ad was by one of the big brands of India, telco, today known as Tata Motors, and the job opening was for only male engineers, not female engineers. Sudhamurthy writes a letter to JRD Tata questioning the decision behind this job ad and why women engineers can't make it. And the rest is history. Thousands of women engineers so opened up because of this person. So my question again remains: do brand make managers or managers make brands? Think about it. Today she's into a different league altogether, from business moving into philanthropy and doing development work, but yet being very humble about what she does. Now this is even more trickier. Can anyone name or at least narrate anything they know about this person? Brilliant answer. May I know your name? Sorry? Nita, why don't you tell a story in case you know about it? Okay. And what has she done? Her story is pretty amazing, inspiring, that she's born on 14th of November, Children's Day, 1948. She was called Chindi. In Marathi, Chindi means stone piece of paper. She was an unwanted child, had a very troubled life, childhood, got married. When she was pregnant, husband deserted her. Couldn't the child couldn't survive, and then she would go and beg. Today, she is called the mother of orphans. 1400 plus children. She's mother to 1400 plus orphans today, and it's not important whether we know the name of the organization she leads or is she having an organization, but in itself, she is an epitome of resilience for us. Recently got the Padma Shri. Can anyone name who this gentleman is? Come on, young Turks. I need a more agile answer from all of you. Okay. Vikram Sarabhai. People joked and laughed that India won't ever make it to the space. And here comes the man. He demonstrates many things which the world has to watch and bow at. ISRO, you name it, you have it. All these people you think haven't been resilient, they have been resilient in their way. So I would go back to say that these people in itself have been brand ambassadors for what they did and the organizations they were part of. And lastly, my favorite, didn't have a great team when he walked into play in the World Cup 1983. 2011 had the best of stars. 1983 didn't. Nobody gave the Indian team a chance. You think they didn't have their challenges? They did. Even greater challenges. Leading the nation on the world stage. Enormous pressure to deal with. So what are they? Inspiration for us. You have a person from the corporate and philanthropy. You have a person from the social side. You have a scientist with us, and you have a sportsman. All normal human beings like us, but inspiration for us today. And they have managed things in their own way. So they have been managers. So let's not get carried away by that terminology. What's important is for us to understand that they have transitioned. Sudhamurthy, a young budding engineer, writing to JRT, having that courage at that point of time to challenge a decision of the Tatas that why wouldn't women make it? Sindutai, mother of orphans. Somebody making it in space and somebody getting. Can anybody tell me the story behind this? This is my last slide, and I would like to hear from you. What does this picture depict? Anybody knows the story behind this picture? Anyone? Okay, let me give you a hint. It has something to do with strength. Friends, as you grow in life, intelligent quotient IQ is fine, but when you get on to EQ and other things, that will be the most essential things as managers which you need to have as you grow up. And that's where many a times you may have to coordinate, manage, and get things done rather than doing things yourself. And your teams will look up to you for one of these reasons. Give them the strength. This is a story of a boy of Japan. It's World War II time. And as you can see here, there's something strapped to his body. And there's a small boy who's strapped to the body. And the boy is his younger brother who is no more. He's standing just near the funeral ground and waiting for his brother to be to perform the last rites. And if you can see, you Google, you'll find his lower lip. He's biting into his lower lip, and the blood is oozing out of his mouth. And he's biting it to make sure that he doesn't cry. One soldier comes up to him and says, "Give it to me. I'm holding it for quite some time. You must be tired." The boy replies, "He's no cargo. He's my brother." This picture in Japan is the symbol of strength. This will be very essential for all managers who have to be resilient in difficult times. When things don't go your way and the chips are down. And lastly, this must be synonymous to all of you. I don't have to mention this. But again, what's this all about? Bounce back. Trust me, my friends, knowledge will help you initially, but after some point of time when you grow in life and you have to look at larger, you have to look at the big picture. These things which don't seem so important initially, would become the bedrock of what you do going forward. Bounce back. Few days before, when Dr. John was reaching out to me, I was jobless. He knows it. But then every time things won't go your way, you have to remember you have to remain strong and you always have to bounce back. And that's what will make resilient managers as brands, so that and whenever you go, wherever you work, and when you leave an organization also, you move as a good brand ambassador of that organization you serve or that organization you are part of. Once again, I would like to thank the Institute for giving me this opportunity to engage. Thank you very much. This is my LinkedIn. If anybody wants to connect, happy to be connected. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your words of wisdom.
Thank you. It's all a pleasure for me.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Hello. Say. We are highly honored that Mr. Arun Shukla sir is amongst us today. I request Dr. Ananta Geete Uppal ma'am to present a bouquet as a token of reverence to Mr. Arun Shukla sir. We are highly honored that Mr. Arun Shukla is amongst us today, and we are indeed grateful to him for graciously and readily accepted our invitation. He is currently the Vice President of Crow Jockey. Starting his career as an aerial sales executive in Redico Khaitan Limited, Sir has worked in various companies in the last 21 years. He was the zonal sales manager in Bharti Airtel Limited. After that, he was the senior manager, zonal business head in Tata Docomo and circle head in Micromax. Sir also worked in ITS AGS Transact Technologies Limited as zonal business head. He has a FitTech business in Innovative Payment Solution Private Limited. Sir, we're eagerly looking for your address. Sir, please.
Hi, thanks everyone. And first of all, I would like to thank the faculty, the students. Ankit, he has taken care of us very well. Thanks, Ankit. So, I would like, actually very excited to share my views on the topic I have given. So, I think this is the one area where I would like to emphasize myself. So, what kind of challenges currently all the corporates are dealing with after the pandemic, or you can say the new economy area? So, I have got, let's say, 21 years of experience in sales. So, in sales, what we were, taking as a challenge 15 years back, actually, those challenges are old challenges. So currently, the whole atmosphere, the whole learning curve has been changed. And what you guys going to deal with, not only the distributor sales, persons, salesmen in the field, but the very tech-savvy atmosphere nowadays. So next sheet, please. So the agenda is to introduction, the challenge, how to overcome with the, challenges and the summary. So I am trying my best to, give a short and very simple way to, overcome from all the challenges what corporate is facing right now. Yeah. So introduction part we can skip. So I think, now current days, business opportunities are like buses. They're always another one coming. So yes, buses are coming every time, but the successful person, the successful students are the ones who are going to, catch the bus on time. So on time, catching the opportunity is the key. So I want you to, go more aware, on the current topics, on the current industry. Buy everything, you guys are very lucky. In our time, there were no YouTube and Googles and all. So you need to explore yourself in the way that you are, knowing everything in day-to-day, businesses and whatsoever going around you. So the current way of working is changed now. Earlier, we used to have board meeting. We used to have one-to-one meetings many of the times. We know our salesperson who are working in Madhya Pradesh, working in, Bhopal, Indore. We actually used to meet them for daily, weekly or monthly. But nowadays, everything is, happening, every meeting is happening, on Zoom or Google Meet or, online. So we have all the datas flowing all over. So we need to think how we secure our data. So here the challenge for the company is share the data with the employees, and on the other hand, also, how to secure the data is a challenge. So now the company is working on that. Absolutely, earlier what everyone's work is going to monitor on daily basis. But nowadays, chunki everything is working on a, Zoom or everything. So nowadays people give our responsibility to other, person and saying, ki, taking the shortcuts and cut corners. This is actually happening nowadays. So this is one other challenge which is directly, associated with our integrity. Yeah. Okay. So you guys are very young. I think what you need to adopt is very important in new market scenario. So I think digital adaptation is very, very, very much required. Nowadays, if you don't know how to operate digitally, I think the success ratio of yours will be very, very low. So I think my urge to you guys to focus on, digital adoption, how to omni channels are working, hybrid working. You are sitting here and speaking a guy from Delhi is a 2-minute job. So hybrid working is very, very important to adopt. Cloud adaptation. Earlier, data was, we used to take care the data in our laptops, and now everything is available in cloud. So data is very, very open. We also work on data, what we used to share with you earlier. Now that data is available on cloud. So cloud adaptation is very, very important. Okay, digital payments. Earlier, we used to, demand our distributor to pay, and they actually pay us by check or by, DD or by cash. But nowadays, thanks to the government of India, now digital payments are, working very, very fast. So nowadays, RTGS, Google payments and by the POS machines, payments are going to be very, very more electronics way. So you also need to, I'm sure you guys are working on digital payments also. And this also one of the improvement area of everyone else to adopt digital, okay? You guys are with me? I mean, it's okay? Okay, fine. And third, marketing and customer loyalty. So the consumer engagement nowadays are very, very, very low. Okay? Earlier we used to make a beat plan for our sales guy. We used to make a route plan for the sales guy so that they go personally to the retailer, to the consumer. Nowadays it's not happening. So I think consumer engagement is very, very important for the corporates and for the guy working in the field. Digital marketing, yes, digital marketing is one of the key. Earlier, we used to give our advertisement in newspaper, in media channels, magazines. But nowadays, digital marketing is one of the biggest opportunity which all the corporates are dealing with. So now, social media advertisement, or you can say internet engagement, are very, very much helpful. Adoptance of AI and ML. So artificial intelligence adoption is must for all. Please, I have also suggested to the faculty work on artificial intelligence programs and machine learnings. So I think two things which are from, if I say from last 5 years or so, are very, very important. This is a differentiator between a normal students and a guy who is having good idea of artificial intelligence and machines, okay, are very, very important. There will be more challenges if someone go to the corporates without knowing Excel, without knowing data management. So my humble request to you guys are to please be proactive in all those things. These are going to help you in every sense. Okay. In this pandemic, I think the most challenging part of the corporates is a guy who is problem solving and a risk management tracking. So I think two things which take apart from other guy is problem solving manager. So nowadays, a guy has to know when this kind of COVID or everything else come to the day-to-day routine, what is our, backup plan? Okay, are the companies are cash, which is going to deal with the pandemic? So cash management, risk management, and there would be a subject matter experts also. These people are very much in demand. You know finance very well. You know how to work in a strategic planning. So these kind of 2-3 factor are going to be key today and tomorrow also. Yeah. So here I'm going to present two things which are challenges are many folds in the new functions. So जो new way of working है, जो we are going to have a new way of working, which call new normal. So there are what I said earlier also, कि there are state of employee who are working not in office but from home, and this actually impacted a lot to work in lesser salary. Okay, they have got their own set of issue because HR has to work tremendous nowadays. Okay, to retain good guy. So retainability of the good people is going to be very tough because you're not going to judge on day-to-day basis. You are judging them from very far away side. So I think this is also a challenge for new corporate right now. Though I am from sales, I think most of us actually want to work, do good in sales. So, the current what challenges we are facing nowadays is people are, develop the art of selling by sitting at home. They are not going to their customers. They are not going to their consumers. And this is actually very much fear factor for every company for getting less businesses, okay? And corporates have to work very, very hard to establish a good profit margin. So profit margins are nowadays very low. So we need to work on that, ki how to, transform our employee to work in a, new transformation of the sales. Yeah. Yes, from HR prospect, it's very tough to find the right stuff. So from where we can find the right stuff is basically one is campus hiring. Second, references. References here is very much count. So I would like you guys to, have your own LinkedIn profile and try to, connect as much as corporate leaders as you can. This is going to be very, very important from each member of you because reference is one thing which is going to carry for a longer period. And cross-functional hiring. If somebody in sales, give us reference from a marketing guy, so definitely we are going to take this very, very seriously. Okay? Anything else? So the summary is currently some companies are already leading to the pack. Their responses show the better overall digital capability, talent, leadership and resources are linked to better economy outcomes. At the same time, the results confirm that many organizations could be missing opportunity to invest in the area of their business models and that are most of the risk of digital disruptions. So, funda of the whole presentation is कि guys please be digital, be data savvy, right? These two things are going to be very, very challenging in new era of economy. Thank you very much. Any other questions guys you need to ask? I'm here to. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for such an insightful speech. Now, moving ahead, our next panelist who is enlightening the gathering with her presence is Ms. Mahua Roy Chaudhary, ma'am. Ma'am is a program coordinator, governance and knowledge management, Jivika, Bihar, Rural Livelihood Promotion Society, Government of Bihar, India. She is a development professional with specialization in knowledge management, program management, public policy management, institution building, and rural livelihood promotion. She focuses upon enhancing organization capacity in strategic planning to push projects forward. She has a work experience of over 20 years in the sector and has worked from various platforms of government and non-governmental agencies such as Social Welfare Department, Government of Bihar, CAPRT, UNDP, PARDN, and Bsss. Ma'am, your presence is a moral boost for us. We are waiting with full of excitement to your motivational words. Ma'am, please. Yeah, ma'am.
Thank you so much. A very good afternoon to all of you. A very good afternoon to all of you. That's better. So I feel that you are present here. So the session is going to be a little lengthy and I don't have a presentation. I'll talk on the basis of the experience that I have of working both in the government, corporate and non-governmental agencies, as well as the multilateral agencies in the development sphere. At the outset, I would first like to congratulate Bsss IAS for organizing the conclave, wherein you have invited industry leaders and sector leaders in this area. A very commendable job, I must say. So a big clapping for Bsss ISS. I would especially like to thank Father John and Madam Jessie for inviting me to speak, to talk my thoughts to you and share what my learnings and what my experiences has been in the journey of still being resilient. So this journey of being resilient manager is not learned in any business school. It needs to be a ever-ending, ever-learning process. You know, what do you mean actually by resilience? Can anybody of you speak out? What do you mean by resilience? Anybody? We have BBA students, we have MBA students. What is resilience? No? I see you all masked. Yes? Yes? Of course. Any more thoughts on this? Ability to adapt with the changes. Yes? Any more? Exactly so. You know, it's like finding ways of coping up with an uncertain situation, coping up with a shock. We have all been going through pandemic from one wave to other, to the third, to the fourth wave now still predicted. So we have learned to do what? We have learned being masking. We have learned going zooming, but with a distance, right? We are now following distancing, but also trying to get connected with each other through Zoom calls. So these are the various ways that we have learned when an uncertain situation like pandemic came in way of us. But is it just about, you know, finding ways to bounce back? Or is it also about to, you know, build capacities to recover? And we all have, you know, the skill of combating any uncertain situation, right from the beginning, you know, when we still did not know how to walk. You know, we used to fall, again get up, fall, again get up, and we learned how to walk, you know. So that's the way we all have some or the other ways of coping up with the adverse situation. So we all have that quality. The only thing is that we need to more be focused and develop that skill to combat it, not only personally, but also allow the society to be more resilient. So this is what I wanted to say about resilience, and your understanding about resilience is quite okay. So we all work in a very demanding working situation. Either you work in a corporate world where you have sales targets to meet, you have businesses to promote, or you work in big government projects or programs where the scale of operation is into millions. I work in an organization called Jivika, and Jivika is implementing the National Rural Livelihood Mission, if you are aware of. We work with 1.24 crore rural households. The total manpower strength or the HR strength that we have is above 10,000. We are operating in all the 534 blocks, 38 districts of Bihar. And we have offices in all the districts and all the blocks. And that's how our employee strength is around 10,000. Now, when in a government program like this, where you have to interact with your fellow colleagues and also give services to, 1.24 crores of women or rural households, your understanding of grasping things needs to be really, really fast. And you need to give same type of product or service to all across the state. So if you have to develop that, you are under a lot of stress, you are under a process of systematic planning, strategic planning, and you need to develop these skills. Again, understanding about the resilience, if we talk of in this manner, then we are seeing what are the changing scenario in the businesses across the globe. Businesses are really changing across the globe. All my fellow speakers have already pointed out what changes in the businesses have come after and before pandemic. So there has been a conscious capitalism that is on the rise. When I talk of conscious capitalism, can anybody of you say that what I mean by conscious capitalism? Have you heard this word, conscious capitalism? Okay, so conscious capitalism is like the private sector or the industry sector is now moving towards more socially oriented programs. They are getting into programs which is more environmentally safe programs. They are getting into the sphere of rural development. They are getting into the sphere of equality. They are getting into social enterprises mode. So there's a continuous process of conscious capitalism coming in all across the industry sector. Now, the corporates are now focusing on social and governmental targets. There has been huge public-private partnerships which are booming in every area. If you are talking of, building farmer-producer companies, yes, there is a lot of government and private partnerships. If you are talking of building roads, building bridges, there are huge public-private partnerships that are happening. Governments are working with the private sector as co-creators. Initially, what would happen, the government would assign tasks to the private sector. They would contract or subcontract tasks to them. But now, the process is not like that. The process is where the private sector and together with the government is co-creating solutions for the development of the country. Have you heard of Aadhaar cards, UIADs? Have you heard about the Passport Seva Kendra? All these have been public-private partnerships. You know, the TCS has developed the entire Passport Seva Kendra portal. So you have a lot of co-creation and solutions coming with these public partnerships happening across the globe. No, it's not only happening in India, it's happening across the world. Have you heard about Bill Gates? Have you heard about Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation? How many of you have heard about it? Great. So Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation is now into providing funds for health promotion in most of the countries. They also provide funding to India and also in many other African countries. So this sort of tie-ups or this sort of partnership is coming up. So you need to understand what type of businesses the world is now moving towards. Both the government and the industries are grappling with the issues of three major points, and I think you would agree with me. They're all working under violent situations. You know, there is huge crisis across the globe, the cross-border crisis that we're having. So a lot of, international diplomacies are going around this violent situation that is arising across the globe. We are also fighting situations like pandemic, and there also a lot of diplomacy is going through. The government as well as the private sector is coming up to stabilize the supply chain. If the supply chain would not have been stabilized by Pfizer and other companies coming in, our government would never have been able to, vaccinate these crores of people. And we are the topper in the world in vaccinating our citizens in it. So the government is taking a lot of private support in making things work for its citizens. So you need to understand that, yes, corporate understands the globe is changing. One basic thing that any manager should learn to be resilient is, and many of the speakers have already pointed that out, is that you need to be understanding the policies and guidelines and the organizational norms. You need to grasp that as fast as you can. If you are not able to understand, adhere to the laws of that particular organization or company where you are moving to, maybe you might not be able to deliver. I give you an example of the organization that I belong to. We recruit over 100 young professionals from campuses every year. And the first job that we offer them is to become a project manager. And you know what is the financial portfolio that manager holds? It's around 2 crores annually. That means that manager has a financial power to transact of 2 crores. He or she has the authority to handle 2 crores of rupees annually. Now this is all public money. This is all money which taxpayers have paid, and you have to roll out because we roll out government programs. जब भी taxpayers की money हम execute करते हैं, a lot of processes are involved in it, है ना? तो उसमें procurement policies क्या होंगे? Financial management policies क्या हैं? क्या guidelines follow करने पड़ेंगे? कौन से procurement norms? Do you understand procurement? How many of you understand procurement? What is procurement? Yes. Attain what? Right. Yes. So you procure goods and services. No company can work on its own. Like एक automobile company को भी कई सारे raw materials अलग-अलग company से procure करना पड़ता है. In that same manner, government also has to make a lot of procurements. Even hiring of recruiting or hiring of staff comes under the procurement laws. So what are the processes? एक goods को procure करने के क्या नियम हैं? You can't go and just say कि हमको 10, to run this particular conclave, you need these many chairs, you need the entire event management processes, you need to take services of hotels, you need to take services of the caterers who are providing you food, and all these things. You need to arrange for the mics, you need to do the live streaming and all these things. It all includes several levels of procurement processes. So you can just not go out and say कि यहाँ ये मिल रहा है, खरीद लेते हैं. Even the brochure that you printed, you need to follow a procurement process that who should print your brochure. तो ये government के programs और processes में ये procurement process is a very important thing. Unless you understand these policies, these guidelines of how to procure things, you might fall under a lot of integrity questions. You might have done with, very good intentions. कि हमने तो सोचा कि बेस्ट को ले लें, लेकिन ना तो 3 कोटेशन लाए, ना कि बिड ओपन किया. How many of you understand tender, bidding? Right. So, अगर टेंडर करना है तो कैसे टेंडर करना है, बिडिंग करना है तो कैसे बिडिंग करना है, एक्सप्रेशन ऑफ इंटरेस्ट कैसे देना है, RFP अगर करना है, request for proposal अगर लिखना है, terms of reference कैसे डिसाइन करना है. All these things are certain things that you need to learn. And if you are not learning these guidelines, these processes, then maybe you might not be able to deliver your tasks in a better manner. So first is, if you have to really make yourself a resilient manager, you need to learn and understand the organization norms, guidelines and policies very, very thoroughly. And then you need to learn to dance with the system. I'll say dance with the system. Here you need to learn to align with the system. You can make a lot of tweaking. You can make a lot of innovative aspects, creative things within the policy framework. Okay, so it's the whole idea of replicating the best practices have gone. आंध्र प्रदेश में एक बहुत अच्छा कार्यक्रम चला, उसको उठा के बिहार में रेप्लिकेट किया. It doesn't work anymore. एक कहावत है ना, all size, क्या बोलते हैं? The proverb well. One size fits all. One size fits all की जो कहावत है और या जो strategy है, it's just gone. You need to contextualize the entire processes. So instead of replicating the best practices, you need to learn to align with the system. जो policies, guidelines, systems आपके organization, आपकी industry, आपकी company के पास है, उस processes, उस systems को align करते हुए, उस systems के साथ अपने आप को ढाल के किस तरीके का change processes आप उस जगह ला सकते हैं. That is one particular skill that you need to adapt to or learn to. The second solution that to be really systematic or resilient is private sector is today, sorting out supply chains, as I have already spoken of, for global companies, taking social enterprises through its current hype into something that makes a genuine contribution. कल के डेट में भी, making sanitary napkins by big companies was a social entrepreneurship initiative. But today, it is making a social norm. It's making a social change in the entire society. So how you can think of solutions which can impact a larger society is what we need in young managers today. We need solutions from you to solve the issues of the country, to solve malnutrition of the country, to solve other problems of the country. So how you can groom yourself and see yourself in changing processes to build the nation is what that you need to equip yourself into. डूइंग अ जॉब 9 to 5 टास्क्स डिफाइंड है, उसको करना एक चीज होता है, और कमिंग अप विद सॉल्यूशंस is what we need in young managers like you. As many of my friends already have spoken, that the entire client base lies in rural India. And if you do not understand rural India, maybe you would not be able to function well in any of the companies that you work in. आज की टेलीकॉम इंडस्ट्री में चले जाए, टेलीकॉम इंडस्ट्री इज जस्ट पेनिट्रेटिंग इनटू रूरल एरियाज. इफ यू गो फॉर इरिगेशन इंडस्ट्री में अगर जाए तो इरिगेशन, बेस्ट ऑफ द इरिगेशन industries are now penetrating to rural areas. The government's farmer producer company policy that has come up allows or creates scope of large number of collaborations that the rural markets can make with the corporates outside. So all the corporates are now looking towards rural areas. So ITC से लेकर डाबर तक रूरल एरियाज में ही ऑपरेट करती हैं. तो अनलेस यू अंडरस्टैंड what is more important in the rural areas, maybe your orientation towards rural areas अगर नहीं होती है, तो maybe you will again lose on issues that are very apt in the corporate world. As most of my earlier speakers have also spoken of, emphasizing upon digitization. So ye digitization is the new buzzword. I would not say new. IT in India is ruling all over the world. So ye jo digitization and technologization processes hai, that is coming up very fast, not only in the corporates but all across. Have you heard about this public app? How many of you know about public app? Well, you have two people knowing. तो आपका जो मोबाइल में आपका फोन का एड्रेस है ना, वो एड्रेस पिक करता है और आपको लोकल वीडियोस और लोकल न्यूज़ बताता है. Nobody is interested in understanding, a person staying in a remote village of say Madhya Pradesh, चलिए केसला का किसी एक जगह पर रहता है, but उसको क्या जरूरत है जानने का कि दिल्ली का वेदर कैसा है. He would be more interested in understanding कि केसला में कल पानी आएगा कि नहीं आएगा. अगर पानी आएगा तो मेरे को इरिगेशन देना है या नहीं देना है. That sort of localized news is more required, and we have solutions in digital and technological world, and managers like you have developed these apps to solve the problems of farmers there. So you need to continuously create and innovate yourself and prepare yourself to solve problems of the world. Managers are here to solve issues, big issues. So how good are you in solving problem than creating problem is what you need to adapt very, very soon in your career. And of course, you need to understand the power and exclusion game very, very well. Where does the power lie? Where is the exclusion happening? How can you gel very well to make a balance between this power and exclusion? अगर आप rural India की बात करेंगे, there is always a dominance of elite in that particular area. तो जो भी schemes, welfare schemes हो या जो भी programs आता है, you'll find the most educated of that village getting all the benefits of those schemes. But the most needy person, जो remote hamlets में रहते हैं, जिनकी खाना नहीं मिलता है, they don't even have a PDS card. So you need to work out there to find out how do you balance this power and exclusion and come up with solutions. You cannot, totally, isolate these powerful people in the village and work in that area. But you need to learn how to, work together and help the most needy people out there. So this is one aspect that you need to learn, but you can only learn when you are going in the field, understanding the issues, and then trying to cultivate the policies, the systems, the processes out there. Another big thing that is coming up in the development sector or in the economic sector is that we are all stressed and we all want to be resilient. Now, how do we actually adapt to these processes of being resilient? You know, जैसे जैसे हम इंडस्ट्री में घुसते हैं या करियर में घुसते हैं, अपने प्रोफेशनल लाइफ पे घुसते हैं, you know, till you join a MBA institute, in your CV, you used to write what your hobbies were. But once you are into a professional world, you just forget about your hobbies. कि क्या करते थे? You know, I know many of my friends, they are so stressed और इतना ज़्यादा उनका targets हैं और उनको काम करना पड़ता है कि they were master painters at one point in time, but have not picked up their brush even for once for the last 10 years. So, cultivating your dreams, this is another way of, you know, venting out your stress. जो stress है ना, if you want to sing, go out and sing. If you are an adventure person, go and register yourself into the adventure sports club. Go जाइए for at least 10 days in a year for an trekking in the Himalayas. Go motorbiking all along, whatever your, you know, hobbies or adventure or your dreams are. After all, don't compromise with your dreams. This is how can you do that, is that you need to learn, you need to be self-aware about yourself. कि हमारी capacity कितनी है और क्या चीज़ हम develop करें अपने अंदर ताकि अपना काम को भी हम balance कर पाए और अपने dreams को भी पूरा कर पाए. You know, this whole process is कि इतना stressed है, इतने targets हैं, इतना work pressure है. What is happening is people like you are jumping and just job hopping. दो साल यहाँ काम कर लिया, very good, very nice, it was good. Once the pressure starts coming in, you just can't tackle it and you just move on to a different organization where you think that the scenario would be better. And this job hopping every time brings more stress in your life. So ये चीज को थोड़ा सा समझने की ज़रूरत है. And you, I think, all these things you can learn from your peers best. इसीलिए I was talking that you need to develop networkings. ये network amongst yourself. When you are students, with your fellow students, you need to have a very strong network. आजकल बहुत सारे platforms हैं, social networking platforms हैं, where you can get connected with each other. You can get into networks of, you know, of your alumni maybe, or of your seniors. Maybe you can learn from them how it works in their industry, how it is in their sphere of operation. Another thing that you could also do is, as many of my fellow speakers have already spoken, that try to make friends in the industries where you would like to work in. And try to get into those networks. LinkedIn is another good example where you can connect with other people. ये adventure sports club में भी जाएंगे ना, तो people from various backgrounds आते हैं वहाँ. Just get associated with these clubs, these places. You will get to know about the sector. Your mindset will broaden in a big manner. So it doesn't mean कि एक MBA finance ही एक MBA finance के साथ बात करेगा. You know, a MBA finance can have a very good relationship with a person in a rural area who has just started his business, an entrepreneur. And that, इन दोनों का जो combination है ना, ये बहुत अच्छा work करता है. A rural entrepreneur can give solutions to the MBA guy, and the MBA guy can give, you know, more technical and more nuanced solutions, business planning solutions to this rural entrepreneur in the village. So you need to frame that network. You need to build that bridges, how you can grow in yourself. And of course, another thing which is very, very important is that you always need to have a mentor. You know, you need to identify your own mentors in every processes that you go. In colleges, you can have your, you can have your mentor. You can select one of your professors as your close guide, as a close mentor of yours, with whom you can, share all your thoughts to that particular person. And that particular person can help you out in your processes of learning, in your processes of delivering things. So try to get into a mentor-mentee relationship. So this mentor-mentee relationship हर एक sphere में अलग-अलग हो सकता है, or you can also have a single mentor जिससे you think that you can connect to and you can get solutions to. So this is another way in which you can be resilient. दूसरा एक चीज है कि पर्सनल many places many people say कि पर्सनल फ्रंट को प्रोफेशनल फ्रंट से अलग करके देखिए. ठीक है, अलग है, बट इन दिस पैंडेमिक सिचुएशन हम लोगों ने देखा कि हाउ when you are low on your personal front, your own relatives are dying for want of a bed in the hospital or for getting an oxygen cylinder maybe. Your professional networks help you in getting that particular aspect in your own house. Similarly, when you are professionally not doing good, your personal life, your personal families and people can support you to cope up with your professional stress. So help that, don't miss on that. Many a times what we do is we neglect our personal front to develop our professional area, or many a times we neglect our professional area to develop our personal, to solve our personal issues. This particular thing is very important, that how you build up your own close friends, how you build up your own relations, and you build up your own social capital personally. That's very, very important to fight stress in your professional life. So these things you need to learn. So ऐसा नहीं है कि आज 2 साल इस इंस्टीट्यूट में रहे and we were best of the buddies, everybody across the institute would say that इन लोग दोनों की जोड़ी है एकदम से, क्या है शोले का वो दो कौन थे, जय और वीरू, तो जय और वीरू की जोड़ी है. कोई कोई तो और भी त्रिशूल के 3 शूल हुआ करते हैं कॉलेजेस में और कैंपसेस में. बट वंस दे आर इनटू देयर प्रोफेशनल एरियाज, बस टच छूट गया, कुछ नहीं करते. तो ये जो कॉलेज में ये जो ना कि कॉलेज में ऐसा नहीं होता है ना कि वहाँ कैंटीन्स में लड़ाई नहीं होती है ना. आप लोगों के कैंटीन्स में भी तो ऑफ कोर्स उस तरीके का हमारे ज़माने वाली लड़ाई नहीं होती होगी. आप आजकल तो आपके इंस्टीट्यूट में नो हिटिंग जोन्स हैं, बट देयर विल बी a person who is bullying on others, and when a person is bullying on others, then your viru wala jo dost hai na, they come and help you out to fight that situation. But professional field में भी तो ऐसा होता है. Then you can't call your viru because you have lost touch with that viru for last 10 years. So you need to cultivate that particular personal friendship to tackle your professional stresses as well. On what the institute to do to sow the seed of being resilient managers, I was just speaking in a discussion there, and I had suggested that many institutes follow a lot of tools to understand the self-awareness, to understand what your competencies are, what your know-how is, and to understand your own aptitude, your own strengths and weaknesses. There are various tools. You can use the tool of Myers and Briggs typology tool. You can introduce that in your institute, and that changes over the age of the person who is going through that process. But right from the beginning, you get to know what your strengths are, what your weaknesses are. And then you also try to understand that tools helps you to understand some 5 people around you, that what their strengths are and what their weaknesses are. Whenever you are going and delivering as managers in any company or any organization, you need to work with your team. If you know what are the strengths of your fellow team members, you can delegate work in a more systematic and effective manner. So maybe this particular tool can be introduced in your institute for self-awareness, for learning processes. You might also take a lot of courses on sociometric aptitude and attitude promotion processes as well. So, and I think the whole process of mentor and mentee, when this process of mentor and mentee happens, you can also have your fellow mates as your critique. You know, it is very important to understand, to self-critique, to understand what am I good in and what I'm not being able to cope up with. So this mentor and mentee helps each other to identify your weaknesses. So that can also be a process which the institute can think of starting, maybe in forming small groups of mentor and mentees from the senior and the junior batches and things like that, or from the alumni and the batches here. So this way you cultivate and you try to equip yourself in your resilience processes. But I again say the institute can just sow the seed of, you know, making you resilient. This process of resilience is a ever learning process. At every stage you need to cope up with new situation, learn new processes to cope up with these situations. So this is what I had to say today. If you have any questions, I'm open to the questions. Yeah. So, any questions? If you don't have any questions, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for sharing your reflective knowledge with us. Now, I would like to request Dr. Atul Dubey, sir, to present a token of gratitude to honor Mr. Arun Shukla, sir. I request, sir, to present a token of honor to Ms. Maua Roy Chaudhary, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Firstly, I'd like to ask everyone to give a big round of applause for all the business leaders for presenting their ideas, beliefs, and experiences to uphold our knowledge with respect to the today's agenda. It's my privilege to have been asked to propose a vote of thanks on this occasion. I, Saloni Thakre, on behalf of BSS's Institute of Advanced Studies and the entire fraternity of management here, extend my warm gratitude to all the speakers for gracing your crucial work and sharing with us your opinions today. Further, a big thank you to the director, BSS's IAS Institute, Reverend Dr. Father John P.J., for making HR Conclave a dream come true. I also extend my heartfelt thanks to Registrar Sir Kuriakos Emmanuel and the head of the department, Dr. Jessie Joan Ma'am, for their constant motivation and cooperation in the institute for this event. Events like this cannot happen overnight. So, as the wheel starts rolling weeks ago and require planning and bird's eye for detail, I mention my deepest thanks to all the other faculty members for keeping us all motivated and dedicated towards our task to be result-oriented. I cannot thank to all the volunteers enough for their willingness to take on the completion of the work beyond their comfort zone. I specifically thank the people who have been the backbone of the event, our technical arrangement team, light arrangement team, and all the helping hands. Finally, I thank the wonderful and enthusiastic audience who turned up in such a great number. Once again, thank you all for your cooperation. Thank you.
So now I will request all of you to stand up for National Anthem song.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Tomorrow, all of you need to report by 9 a.m. because we will be initiating with a technical session .9:30. The speaker will be joining us from US, right? And certificates will be given only to those participants who are attending on both the days. Thank you. Have a nice day ahead. St. Paul, St. Aloysius, and St. Thomas students, kindly stay back.